Yep. Greetings, petrolheads, and welcome to WromWrom.net, the channel sharing the joy of sim racing, and to another broadcast. Today we are with Global Enduro in Silverstone, broadcasting a 4-hour endurance race. My name is Serta, and I am not alone here. As often enough and luckily enough for all of you, we have Jenny with us. Hi Jenny, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm super excited for this race today.
Perfect. And of course, the man with the voice of 1,000 angels, Cody Swanson. Hi Cody, how you doing?
Hello, everybody. It's excellent to be here for the Silverstone 4 hours. Anyways, hi everybody. It's nice to be here.
Like, why is he talking like that?
Because he's putting the trailer voice.
Yes.
In a world where something goes wrong, he is the only who can save us.
This is going to be an excellent race. Global Enduro has organized an awesome endurance series here for us, and the Silverstone 4 hours is set to be an excellent stop on that tour. How do you think this is going to shape up?
Well, it's gonna be 4 hours. It's gonna be 4 hours on Silverstone, which is not as difficult, allow me to say, as Portimao, which we saw yesterday. Silverstone has a couple of difficult corners that are more tricky than others, but it's no comparison to Portimao in my opinion. So, I don't know. I mean, this is the first race in the series that Global Enduro is going to be doing. They did a test race already, so I suppose that the drivers have learned the ropes, and I expect to be seeing some tight fights, but all in all, good behavior from all sides. If not, I'm gonna go there and spank them.
Me too. I'll help you.
Well, speaking of misbehaving, the weather for today, it appears to be overcast. In R Factor 2, the weather is, I believe, set to be randomized.
No, the Global Enduro are using a system that, if I remember correctly, takes the weather from the real weather in place and puts that into the race. So should it rain at Silverstone, we're gonna be seeing some rain.
There's at the moment a 1% chance of rain, but towards the end of our race, that chance of rain goes up to a 12% chance of rain. So it will certainly be a question that we will be asking, will it rain? And it will be a externality the drivers might have to prepare for.
Wait, 1% chance of rain in Britain? That does not compute.
I know.
Well, a 12% chance of rain forming from a 1% chance of rain in 4 hours, that's a bit more likely.
Of course, if the server is set up correctly, what we are going to be seeing is driving in the dark and even in the night. The moment we're seeing qualifying, they're running a little bit late. They wanted to have qualifying finished by 18:55, and we have 19:01 all CET, and they still have 15 minutes to go in qualifying. So they started later, but then they wanted.
Well, the benefit for you, the viewer, and us, the commentators, is that we get to observe qualifying during the stream, and we can sort of put our thoughts in on that. We do have access, as you can see on your screen. We do have access to the results and who's in first at the moment. And it looks like Alberto Zanotti has put in the fastest lap so far of 1 minute 45.552. Of course, with so much time left in qualifying, we can absolutely see that change. Daniel Kirby in the GTE class. We are running 2 classes today, LMP2 and GTE. No split between Pro or AM there. But we're seeing a 1 minute 59.165 from Daniel Kirby in GTE.
I know for me, when I get ready for the races, I always like to watch the qualifying also. I like to see who's pushing it. I like to see how close all the times are and where the person who did come up on top, like where did they get that extra, tenth of a second, where'd they get that from. So it's exciting. I think it gets the excitement going, qualifying for the race.
Most certainly. And with these timing sheets, we can see and we'll report for you who's fastest in each sector. A racetrack, for those unfamiliar, divided into 3 sectors: Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3, and their timing is reported not only across the lap, but also across each of those sectors. So some drivers have a faster first sector, some have a faster second sector, some have a faster third sector. So we can get it all put together as a total package that qualifies on top.
That LMP to the Zanotti, wow, like 5/10 faster, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, about half a second faster than the second place car of Jamie McKee. But we are also seeing some very quick laps coming in from, for example, Daniel's. I'm so sorry. Daniel's. Zvokishin, sure. Daniel Zvokishin, who ran a 1 minute 46.195 on his previous lap. Very nearly tying Jamie McKee, is just 1/10 of a second off. Paolo Nucci now coming in and placing a 1 minute 45.966. All of those drivers within about 2/10 of a second. Second, fourth so far in qualifying for LMP2.
What I like to see.
Absolutely.
Nice and close.
In the GTE category, we've got a lot fewer GTE cars in this race than we do LMP2s. There are 11 LMP2 cars and only 5 GTE cars in this race. But in GTE, we're seeing Daniel Kirby shaving his lap down to a 1 minute 58.482. And the Pereira is close behind with 1 minute 59.980. And we recently saw event organizer Ed Bailey with a 2-minute flat as his best lap.
And allow me to be a little bit technical. Question to the chat. Question to anybody watching, and more specifically hearing this. How's the sound mix? Is it okay? Is something too loud? Is something? Can we all be heard correctly? Let us know in the chat.
I can tell you that the game audio is much too loud. We're all a little quiet.
always something.
No, that's absolutely okay. Until I can afford a sound mix thingy, an 8-track or something like that, which is a couple of subs and a lot of money from YouTube or Twitch or whoever away, we'll have to do it this way.
So do you guys have a favorite car design so far, graphics-wise?
Oh
Yes,
goodness,
I
I
love-
definitely have
yeah.
an early favorite. This is a real life livery, but April Karsvard is currently behind the wheel of an LMP2 that was formerly raced at Le Mans by Jackie Chan DC Racing in, I believe it was 2019. And you'll note that that livery is the very characteristic red, black, and white, and it's got sort of a spiral and swirl patterning on it that just visually, as a designer, I just am very attracted to, because I think it's such a unique livery for a car,
It's a
and
piece
it
of
works.
art on wheels. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
I know, I agree with you. I usually naturally gravitate towards the blues and the whites. It just catches my eye. I really enjoy that. But I agree with you. That's by far the most interesting on the track.
I gotta say, I haven't been able to see all the liveries yet, so I'll ask me in an hour.
Noted. Okay.
Silverstone is a very interesting circuit. Those of you who watched the race that we commentated yesterday at Portimao will note the similarities and differences. The similarities being it's a very wide track, has a lot of runoff, it's quite forgiving. There's not a lot of likelihood that you're going to slam into a wall when you go off, because there is a lot of space. The differences very much lie in the altitude changes. Silverstone is a very, very flat circuit. It has very few elevation changes, where at Portimao is like you're going up a hill, you're going down a hill, you're going around a hill. It's all, the curves and undulations and bankings of a roller coaster. Silverstone does not have that. There are no bankings, and the curves, though many fast sweeping curves throughout, there's very few like banked corners at Silverstone. There are, however, several off-camber corners that you do have to watch out for, where it's, if any banking, it's slightly out of the corner and not leaning into the corner.
I mean,
so,
being a Silverstone was an aviation center, I think a military one, you don't want many altitude differences when you're starting with your plane.
Absolutely.
Oh, spin out by Osterk. I do like that car a lot. I was going to mention that too for the GTEs. That's probably my favorite style right there. I love those colors.
Absolutely. I believe that is our... no, there's two Corvettes actually in this race.
Yes.
Still running in this series the C7R. There is a new C8R for R Factor 2, and we saw that car in ACF's race in their league. They're running the new C8R. But Global Enduro has elected to continue running the C7R for this championship. A move that I respect, because that's like... Well, anybody who has listened knows my bias towards Corvettes, and I love the C7R in particular. I have a model of it on my desk. Yep, Sermet Ozturk is piloting the number 80 Corvette with that very interesting livery, the Mind Maze sponsored car. Grant Jones is in a Corvette that takes a very different approach. No sponsors at all, completely black. Sorta, have you a particular favorite livery on track today?
As I said, ask me in 1 hour.
Oh yes, my bad.
I haven't been able to take a look at that very much. I've spent the last week finishing one video, preparing the news for today that should be online already, and then preparing the video for next Wednesday, preparing the stream of yesterday and preparing this stream. So this stream came a little bit short in the looking at liveries.
Certainly appreciate you.
Yes, thank you for doing all this work so we could just be back and talk.
It's not work. That's the nice thing about it.
I've rather enjoyed. Hey guys, if you are watching us, if you have not hit that subscribe button, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna plug it. Hit that subscribe button because this man does work very hard, and the content he creates is awesome.
Sorry, new leader in our race.
Oh, yes.
In qualifying. Sorry. Keep the plug going, please.
Yeah, smash that like button, ring that bell, all that good stuff. Briganet has set a new fastest lap overall.
Yes.
1 minute 45.370.
Impressive.
2/10 of a second faster than your previous leader, Alberto Zanotti. The sound levels seem to be much better now. I ran
Perfect.
into the living room and checked.
Fantastic. Thanks for checking. So you've heard me saying that this was the first race. They did a test race on Road America. Now they're doing this 4-hour endurance on Silverstone. The next one is going to be at the beginning of October in Sebring. Then at the beginning of November in Road Atlanta. And then at the beginning of December, they say Nürburgring. I will have to ask. I would very much expect that they use Nordschleife and not only the standard track, but I'll have to ask these guys which Nürburgring they're meaning.
LMP2s around the Nordschleife would be very interesting in a race.
Ooh, yes. Especially Flugplatz and similar, yeah.
Yeah. The fastest that we see in real life racing is in the VLN, now the NLS. They changed the name. And that's GT3 cars. So these are GTEs and LMP2s. So if we were to race the FAA Grade 3 Nordschleife, that would be a very, very interesting experience. My assumption is that they're probably meaning the Grand Prix circuit, since that is an FAA Grade 1 track.
Yeah, but who does the WTCR does a longer race on Nordschleife, don't they? I know it's not LMP cars; it's only GT cars. But I think they do quite fun.
Jones just went off the track and just decided to go go into the pits. That was the easy way.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
suppose so.
Cut across the grass there. So I'm
Grant
watching
Jones.
the.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm watching the times, and so in the LMP2 we have about three drivers who are over 4 seconds slower than the top driver so far, and that's a pretty big discrepancy, I feel.
Indeed, though they are interestingly on pace with each other, and so we may see. And also, you know, you have
Yeah, I
driver
agree.
teams for a lot of these entrants, and so with okay, no, qualifying one has finished. There we are. Checkered flag is now out. So we may be seeing. Sorta, was there? This is listed as qualify one. Was there a second qualifying that
No.
they were planning on doing?
No.
No. Okay. just the one.
Whatever the system is telling you about qualifying one, I don't know why it's doing that, but no, they only do one qualifying session. So these the standings right now are the standings that are gonna be used for the Indy.
Good to know. Thank you very much. Serta always with the information.
I hope that it's at least accurate information, but
We will find out. We would be way behind time if there was other qualifyings. So I think you're probably right on.
Serta, I'm seeing a few more people saying maybe we want to adjust the volume a little bit more in favor of the voices and turn down the game audio a little bit.
what? Cookies. Okay, change that a little bit, not too much, just a little bit.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Okay, so I was reading a comment in the chat, and I was checking one thing and mumbling in my breath. Tend to do sometimes. Now I suppose we're gonna be starting the race in around 3 minutes. Hey, Jordan Ringrose just subscribed. Thank you, Jordan, for your subscription. Much appreciated.
Absolutely. Jordan Ringrose also one of our entrants in the
Yes.
in the race today.
Yeah. Good luck.
He's trying to get our favor so that we'll commentate favorably for him.
Well done. Continue like that. That's the way.
Yes.
We'll just,
Attention,
name
attention,
drop.
all drivers. Attention, all drivers.
We will not speak your name in while doing the broadcast, so we don't jinx you if you subscribe.
There you go. Only if. That's the threat.
If you don't subscribe, we will be speaking your name at every corner. Look how fantastic he's taking the corners. Oh, he went off again. What a pity. He should have subscribed.
Oh, no. Well, I have good feelings about this race. I think this is going to be a excellent matchup. We've got some very, very good drivers who are very close together in times, as we saw in qualifying. So I predict that we'll be seeing some awesome, awesome battles.
Yeah, and it's a good group of drivers too, and I think there's going to be a cross my fingers that there's a lot of respect and patience out there too, because it is a 4-hour race.
Oh, absolutely. And this is round 1 of the Global Enduro Championship, their endurance championship, as we've discussed before. And so points are on the line for this race, and no finish, no points.
No bueno. Yep.
No bueno.
All right, have a second away from starting the race.
Drivers are warmed up, they are ready to go, and we will soon be seeing them on the starting grid.
Always get butterflies right before a race, whether it's on TV or commentating. I just get so excited. It's like, oh, here we go. Love it.
Which I suppose
all
are
that-
nothing compared to the butterflies the pilots get.
I know, yes.
Yeah, whenever you're gearing up for a race like this, you know, you've signed up days, weeks in advance, and it all comes down to this, and it can all be ended very quickly in 1 lap or less. So it's very very stressful. It can be, but once you get through those first few laps and you find a rhythm, find your groove, it's smooth sailing from there for the most part. As much as a 4-hour endurance race around Silverstone can be a smooth sailing experience, but that is certainly what all the drivers are striving for as we line up on the grid for our 4-hour race. The drivers are tweaking their final setups in the pits and then moving out onto the starting grid there behind the Corvette pace car that you can see.
Should
I
make a
would-
shout out to all the fans that showed up at the racetrack today. Look at
Absolutely, we can see some full stands.
all those.
We hope all you digital fans are being COVID safe and socially distancing. But we're very much happy to have you.
Or at least get the F vaccinated.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Three seconds to go. People lined up.
We now have about half our drivers and cars on the grid. Only a few more to go, and then we will be rolling for our formation lap. The formation lap can be its own form of trickiness, as we saw yesterday, because
Yeah.
there's a lot of
Yeah.
there's a lot of nervousness. There's a lot of nerves going into that. A lot of people are trying to warm up their tires a little bit as they go around, because you know you're starting out with cold tires. Everybody at once is starting out with cold tires.
Yep. Yeah, I
and
don't want to repeat yesterday's at all.
most certainly.
So cool. I love looking at all the cars. They look so pretty. All their designs. It's so cool.
Global Enduro, of course, allowed the drivers of the teams to choose their own liveries. So what you're seeing there is what the different people have given into Global Enduro, and therefore we are. They're very much had sometimes very much special designs, and sometimes they just went with the designs that were in the scene.
Which of course can be excellent options on their own, as we see with the Rebellion Chill Blast livery, which is very pretty, and of course the aforementioned Bang & Olufsen livery that you're seeing on your screen now as well. This is always an interesting time, not only for the drivers who are in their cars, but you also can't forget the drivers' teammates who are going to be driving later on in this race, as they watch on in the start and see their car right up next to a bunch of other cars, and hoping that they get away cleanly. Because if there's an issue soon, you might not be driving at all today.
Right. Yep.
Here we are now going across the old start-finish straight at Silverstone. They did move it a few years back.
But remember that it's got two start-finish places. The one is for Formula One, and the other is for GTs and LMPs.
Yes. So we're going past the one that we're not using now, which is why you're seeing that on your screen. And now we are coming around, and once we hit the other start-finish straight, the pace car will go off track, and we will be going.
And I expect that we're gonna be seeing what we always see, and it's that some of these drivers are gonna forget that it's a 4-hour race.
Most certainly. But your position early on can absolutely set the stage for how things go throughout the rest of the race. 'Cause if you end up at the front after the first few laps, then you have that lead and you just have to maintain it. If you end up at the back after the first few laps, well, you've got to fight through the entire field to get to a podium position.
And let's not forget, as we saw yesterday, that in a multi-class field, you always have to either look if there's an LMP coming faster, much faster than you, or if you are an LMP to see to it that you can overtake the others. We are nearing the dotted end straight. Pace car's gone off.
Yep. We'll have this corner. We'll have one more, and then we will be green flag. Go, go, go.
And there we go. Race is on.
Flag. Oh, it's a naughty.
Absolutely off with an early lead. Briganet and Daniel right behind. Daniel making a quick pass for third there. Paolo Nucci in fourth, not to be forgotten as well. The GTE cars are also off. Daniel Kirby has an early lead. Grant Jones and Pierce Cronge side by side coming out of that corner there.
Coming very near to each other, but keeping it safe.
Absolutely. They're maintaining their lines. They're staying clean. And and they all seem to be racing now with very much an understanding that, hey, this is a 4-hour race, and we're not seeing too many changes or fighting for positions early on. We are seeing some drivers go a little wide, a little,
Yes.
testing the limits of their car as they begin. But again, cold tires all around as the race progresses, the cars heat up a bit more to their operating temperatures. We'll start to see a little bit more of that competition, perhaps as we did see yesterday.
And let's not forget, for example, in the case of Krohn, he is a very able driver, very experienced, so he knows what not to do.
Our first lap, I believe, is completed, and we're zipping around at full speed now. Just put in for that first lap a 1:50, Alberto Zanotti, and we will, that's a good bit slower as expected than we would see in qualifying. We'll have to see as conditions on the track improves, competition gets underway. We'll have to see if those lap times go up, down, or stay about where they are.
And the GTEs, you have your top 3 kind of pulling that little gap over the bottom 2 already. Little spacing there.
Well, certainly, they've put about 3 seconds in front of that pack has put about 3 seconds in front of the previous 2 drivers, and so we're definitely seeing some clear favorites and contenders coming out in the GTE category. Pierce Krohn's specialty has historically been in stock car racing, but he has proven himself time and time again to be a very competent driver in anything he sets his butt in, including, as I've experienced, monster trucks as well.
Oh. A little battle between second and third right here. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, Pierce Krohn definitely breathing down the neck of Grant Jones as they go through, saying, hey, you bested me in qualifying, but I'm right behind you. I was right behind you then, and I'm going to be right behind you now. If you make any mistakes, I'm going to take advantage of that. But Pierce Krohn having his own little issues there with a bit of a wobble. These Ferraris can be kind of loose depending on how you set them up. But they tend to be a little bit looser in the rear end, and I think we saw that a little bit with Pierce Krohn's Ferrari 488 GTE Evo. In LMP2, Brigonet and Alberto Zanotti have traded places, I believe. I think Brigonet started at the front, and Zanotti is now leading. But Brigonet is right behind him, only about a quarter second behind him there. And they're having a similar battle. It's like, hey, I'm right behind you. Don't forget about me.
It looks like also Paolo Nucci's moving up also, which is nice.
Absolutely. Paolo Nucci having set the fastest lap so far. We saw that 1:50 across the first lap, and we were wondering if it was going to go down or up.
Right.
Paolo Nucci, it's definitely gone down, as he's about 2.5 seconds faster than his first lap. And it has shown as he's moved up to 3rd place and is soon on pace soon to be challenging those top 2. Again, 4 hours in this race, so the drivers certainly are aware of that, and they are pacing themselves accordingly. But as I also alluded to, early pace can be a very big determining factor. But as they say, you can lose the race in the first couple laps, but you won't win the race in the first couple laps.
did we have Prangley not start the race, or is he already out of the race?
Yeah, it does look like Tom Prangley is Tom Prangley, previously piloting an LMP2, has now gone into the pits with some sort of an issue. He qualified last, unfortunately, and he ran his, I believe, one and only lap that he ran was a 1 minute 56, which is a good solid 5 seconds off the pace of the next fastest LMP2 car. So I think that there might be some sort of a technical issue, or perhaps just a lack of confidence for this race in particular. But I've seen Tom Prangley race before in this Global Enduro league, and I know he's very much a capable, competent driver. So I'm going to assume that it's probably an issue with the car setup, or some sort of hardware issue.
And can we have a little bit of admiration for this train that is there of LMPs, as we see in the broadcast, which is, what is it, 600?
We're about to see a pass. Paolo Nucci definitely taking advantage of the mistake from Brigonnet.
Oh, they
Oh,
catch each
and it-
other.
Yes, absolutely a crash. Oh, we see.
Oh,
We
both
see
stayed
debris
on. They both
flying.
stayed
They
on.
stayed on. Oh, and then Daniel Svozioskin is colliding with Palanucci through that corner. Palanucci definitely pushing as hard as possible. Oh, holy cow! Quite a crash. Daniel Svozioskin goes upside down.
oh my gosh.
The big hit with Tigran.
That's gonna be a DNF.
In the number 41. Yeah, that is such an unfortunate incident there.
And that's a major heads up by Carlsbad. I don't know if you guys noticed, she just went up a few because of just staying out of the way. Whew. Heads up.
Sometimes that's the best thing you can do.
Yeah. Keeping calm and just staying with it.
Wow, that was quite the incident. Daniel Svozioskin has made it back on 4 wheels, probably by way of the pit lane, and is now back out on track, but unfortunately has a lot of ground to make up as a unfortunate victim of that collision. I am certain there is some damage on that car as well that will need to be addressed shortly for them to have any chance of a podium. In the meantime, Zanardi and Brigonnet have taken that chance to widen their lead on the rest of the LMP2 field, still quite close together. And Paolo Nucci, arguably the I'm not going to say the cause, but certainly will be under investigation for that previous incident. Still running in third, and running now about a second slower than they were this lap compared to their previous. Yeah, no doubt due to that incident. In GTE, Daniel Kirby is widening his lead on Grant Jones and Pierce Crone, but they are all certainly within visual distance of each other. Same cannot be said about Sermet Ozturk and Shane White, who have now fallen a good bit behind. Although Sermet Ozturk has taken the opportunity to put in some serious laps in clean air, and is running flat 2s, which in this race is the fastest of all of them. So I would assume that if he can continue that across our 4-hour endurance race, might have a chance. I wouldn't count Sermet Ozturk out of this just yet.
And thank you very much for subscribing.
Whoa,
Tasty Crayon.
Pierce Crone goes off. Pierce Crone, again, that Ferrari set up a little bit loose. Has a big slide coming onto one of our straights and loses a good bit of the ground that he had made up previously. And now Sermet Ozturk is looking at maybe challenging Pierce Krohn for third. Krohn, of course, in that Ferrari, which I had mentioned, looked like it was set up a little bit loose. Here at Silverstone, stability is very important. There's a lot of corners, a lot of fast corners, and you do want
Yeah.
your car to be able to turn around there. But it looks like we might have that Ferrari just a little bit too loose.
And as I
Brigade.
was saying,
So
go
we have
ahead.
a new fast lap time.
Yes. A new fast lap from Brigade at 1 minute 47.342, which is not quite, but certainly approaching times that we were seeing in qualifying. And we also have a new personal best from Zanotti and Brigade, both still hot on each other. Brigade still hot on Zanotti's heels. Have to see how that battle shapes up here across the rest of this race.
And at the moment, we're
Kirby's
following the
off.
battle between.
Indeed, they're both quite close together in the battle for fourth here. I'm sorry, the battle for third, actually.
Yeah, Nochi is third, and April qualified a little
I
bit
have
soon in the race.
Yeah, a little bit soon. I have to wonder if perhaps they had picked up a little bit more damage than we thought they had from that previous incident. Although, actually, looks like they did not pull into their pit box. I think they may have been assessed a drive-through penalty, perhaps for track limits. That is a pretty tough setback early on in this race, but they do have quite the opportunity to make it up with 3 hours and 46 minutes left to go. Brigade has spun, has gone down from second position down to fourth.
I don't know if you guys caught it, but Kirby also had a spin-off earlier and is now in fourth for GTE.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I
Yeah.
did not see that. Yeah, that's very important to note. Sermet Ozturk has now taken third place, as we had perhaps predicted. Pierce Krohn moves up to second, so that Ferrari had a bit of a breaking in period, but I think he's found his groove with it, and is now in a podium position.
Yeah, but Ozturk is quite.
Absolutely. Ozturk also, I believe the previous lap was invalidated, perhaps due to a slight track limits violation. May have been a warning there, but Ozturk has been putting in excellent lap times thus far within track limits, and so if that continues, we might see Ozturk challenging Pierce Krohn even more than he already is.
What's better? Is it better being a spectator on one of the fun turns or the straightaway so you could see how fast they go?
Watching it on TV.
It really is good. But then you don't get the smells and the sounds, and I love that.
Yeah, I don't need the smells, and the sounds can be quite loud. I mean, if you've ever been near
Yes.
one of these cars, it's like, whoa.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, that's where I fell in love with the Corvette. I was like, holy
True.
cow, that is so throaty and beefy.
At Circuit of the Americas, my home track, turn 1 is the place to be, because it's that massive hill, right? And there's grandstands up at the top of that hill, and from that hill, you can see the entire can see the entire field, or the entire track as the field goes around it, and you can see the cars coming up to you on the home straight, and then they slow down, you know, from top speed all the way down to, you know, their hairpin, and so they slow down so that you can actually see them. You do also get to see the straight, and a lot of overtaking takes place at the end of that, straight and end of that chicane. So I think that's probably
yeah.
my favorite place to do it.
Being able to see overtaking is the best.
Talking about overtaking, Nucci has been a little bit stopped by overtaking the GTEs, and McKee is using that to get.
Oh yeah.
Yep, so James McKee is now in second place. Jamie McKee, my apologies.
Oh, there was a car stopped in the middle. Was it?
No, it was Elder. Greg Elder.
Yes, Greg Elder in the LMP2. I see his car is smoking. He is stopped on track. I have to wonder if perhaps there's an engine failure or perhaps a transmission issue.
Well, this, do you think a caution will come out?
Yes, we're now seeing
Yeah.
a yellow in Sector 2, as it should be. 'Cause, yeah, Greg Elder is stopped in the outer runoff at the old pits.
Yeah, that's not a
I
good
do
sign.
want to,
And now he.
you know, we were talking about Carlsbad pitted early, but she's thrown down some really nice laps. She's the fastest of the LMP2 right now, I believe, or right almost. So
Yeah,
Nadi
of the
has
current laps,
barely.
yeah. We're seeing
Yeah.
1 minute 48.870. Probably,
But that was before this, I think, the caution. I was looking at it a little bit.
oh, I see, yeah.
Yeah.
My guess is that they're now in clean air. All of the other LMP2s have been fighting, you know, this past lap.
Yeah.
They've been fighting their way, A, with each other, and B, with the GTEs. Oh, a bit of a loose moment from Pierce Crone that I'm watching there. So we see that, but April Karsgaard is in very, very clean air right now, and they have just the opportunity to hot lap. Right now they're
Right.
coming up
Yep.
on Shane White's Ferrari GTE machine, but up to this point they've been in completely open air.
Yeah. Which is basically Zanatti too.
Yes,
You're
yeah.
like, he's in his own race right now.
Yeah, Zanatti now a 7.5 second advantage over second place Jamie McKee, and certainly using all of the track to his advantage in clean and open air, putting down his last lap a 1 minute 48.850, which to be expected as the tire temperatures go up and the tires start to degrade. We won't see as fast lap times as we saw a few laps into this race, but still a very respectable time. And free open air, no cars in front of you, first place, no cars in your rearview mirror. That's a very good spot to be at the beginning of this championship.
I guess if you like winning.
Yeah.
Who does that? Boring.
I mean, what's better? A boring win or an exciting podium finish? Second or third?
A
What's better to
boring
you
win.
guys? A boring win?
Yeah, in real life
Well, it
you get the
depends.
money,
Do they pay?
you get exactly.
Well, let's limit ourselves to the realm of sim racing here, where it's all just for the fun of it. Still, does the answer change at all?
Look,
Yes,
as I
second
normally
or third
finish
podium for
last, a
fun.
boring win would be great because it would be a win for once.
Just to say you won.
For once.
Our two of our drivers, I believe, who were caught up in one of the incidents before that we saw Daniel Sozio. I'm going to learn to pronounce this name if it kills me.
Svokoshin?
Zvokoshin? Okay, that works. Zvokoshin.
Yeah.
Let's
Thank you.
say.
So yeah, Daniel Svokoshin is challenging the number 41 of Tigran Mik. Guys,
Taryn.
Mictarian?
Mictarian. Okay.
We got you, Cody.
Thank you. Uh, but anyways, he's getting ever closer to passing the 41 car. And so that, I think, is going to be an interesting battle. Again, both those cars, I think, are racing with damage, but they have ended up on similar pace, and Svokoshin is definitely, or Zvokoshin is definitely challenging Tigran for the 6th place position.
How long do you think it'd take you guys to mow all this grass? Oof.
Okay,
With
that's
a
like
with a
supposed-
car or with a lawnmower?
Oh, well, for you, I'm sure it'd be a car, but I would do
Yeah.
a lawnmower.
Well, the
A riding one, of course.
yeah, the American way is a tractor with a mower attachment pulled on the back. I'll do that all day.
I always think about these racetracks are always so beautiful with the grass. I'm just like, oh my gosh, who has to take care of all this?
I would assume that they have commercial grade riding
yeah.
lawnmowers that take care of it.
But they don't do lawnmower racing at Silverstone. What a pity.
Ah, bummer. Maybe that's your idea, Serta, to get that going, and then it could, generate money and buy you more equipment.
Yeah.
Brigonet had a spin, unfortunately. A bit of a fall from Grace there. At times,
Yeah.
Grace in the lead, now down into 4th position, and losing time on 3rd place Paolo Nucci.
Oh. Are a little bit. So maybe now I'm gonna be able to thank Tasty Crayon for subscribing. Great name, by the way.
Some of my, oh, go ahead.
Are you able to tell us your favorite graphics yet? Have we hit that time?
That time already.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Noise. Arian. I mean, agreed that the one that April is driving, the Jackie Candy
Yeah.
racing, looks good. All of them. I would say this one is
Oh,
my favorite.
I thought I saw a car go off, but I was incorrect. Okay.
And it's also yeah. So we have two battles between Ostrich and Krone to call it a battle. They're near enough to each other. and the other one between Italian Bahar. Places are quite settled for now.
This has been, don't let the current calmness of the field fool you. This has been a very interesting race so far. We've had spins, we've had uh, retirements, we've had cars upside down. Yeah, this has definitely been an action-packed first 30 minutes of this 4-hour race.
I think Bahar and that Mictarian, I think that's the place to be right now. I think that's going to get exciting here in this next few laps.
Absolutely. Mictarian is right behind Bahar.
Yeah.
Having made his way around Silverstone, again, Mictarian was unfortunately, I think he was our driver who, was he the one who ended up upside down?
No, I think
I know
it
he
was.
was.
I think it was.
Okay, so it was Zvokoshin. But Mictarian ended up backwards after that collision. But he has gotten facing the right way again and has been putting down some respectable lap times.
Yeah.
He has had, your best laps from your leaders, Zanotti, McKee, Nucci, they're all in the high 1 minute 47s. Tigran also high 147s. He's got he's proven he has the pace in this race to run with the top dogs, but he unfortunately didn't qualify so hot and then had that spin early on in that accident. But he's working his way back up, and right now the main thing standing in his way is Bahar in that number 226 car that we're seeing as a black livery, unfortunately, right now.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to call it
he's
Darth Vader for right now.
the Darth Orica.
Yeah, because on our screen, it's totally different. I know the streaming, everything is black, and then when you look up the stats on this car, you could actually see what it was supposed to look like, which was really nice. Would have been really nice.
Certainly. R Factor 2's skins system, especially with regards to servers, is tough. It's really easy to make a mistake, and I've done it. It's really easy to do everything correctly, and then something is not set up properly with the skins server-wise. So any number of things could happen. We see
think he's going
Victorian
for
maybe
the-
making a move.
Oh.
Yep. Not quite.
yet.
If he was on the inside line coming into that corner, he might have had a bit more of a chance, but he set himself up well for it, but just went to the outside instead of the inside. Bahar did a really good job of blocking that inside line.
Yeah. Let's see what this GTE does. Oh, yep.
Oh, and maggots and thickets. That's not a good place.
Oh,
Not a good
no.
place.
Oh my
And
goodness.
they touch.
A bit
They
of a
touch.
touch
they,
there,
no.
but he
Okay.
Oh,
he
no.
manages to hold on to it, and he makes the pass. A double pass, while having been tapped and sliding the back end around a corner. That was a very impressive piece of driving from Tigran Mictarian. Absolutely.
I don't think Bahar's going to be happy.
I don't think so either. And now we're also seeing a bit of a competition. Brigone is challenging Paolo Nucci for 3rd position. This is for a podium. And he's very, very close behind. He was about a second behind when we first started talking about Mkhitaryan and Bahar, and he has halved that now as they come out onto the long straight. Gets alongside him, or he tries to get alongside him, but Nucci is able to maintain that speed to stay ahead of him. But Brigone certainly pushing hard to try to get around Paolo Nucci. It can be a very tricky spot being in Paolo Nucci's position right now because he doesn't see any of the drivers ahead of him. He is at this point 8 seconds behind Jamie McKee, but he does see Brigone right behind him, pushing as hard as he can to get around you. And that can be kind of demoralizing because you're seeing, you know, oh, I'm quick, but then there's one guy behind you who says, hey, I'm faster, let me by, trying to pass you for position, and you don't see anybody else ahead of you. They all left you in the dust, proverbially, a long time ago, and so that can be a very tricky spot to try to defend in that situation. Thankfully for Nucci, Brigone kind of gets stuck behind the GTE car of Daniel Kirby, who had his sort of a fall from grace. He was leading the GTE category early on, but is now in 4th position.
But the fight has cooled down a little.
It has, I think, largely because he had to get around
The
Kirby.
GTE.
Yeah, the GTE car. And that was in some tight corners that aren't easy passing zones, even for a higher class car. Working their way around now past Sermet Ozturk in that Corvette, going very, very wide around that corner to get around him. He makes it though, Brigone. But yeah, all of this lap down traffic is certainly interrupting the battle between Brigone and Nucci. And if you're Nucci, you're definitely wanting to take advantage of that. See him using the draft behind Pierce Krone's Ferrari 488 on the straight, leaving Brigone to have to pass him through the corners. And so, whoa!
No!
Speaking of which, they go, they touch Pierce Krone and Brigone. Oh goodness! Thankfully, there's doesn't look like there's so much. Doesn't look like there's too much damage, and they're both able to get back going pretty quick. Brigone now 5 seconds behind Paolo Nucci. They've both lost a lot of time there. Pierce Krone, 2nd position, had been challenging Grant Jones for 1st and is now 7.5 seconds behind. That puts Sermet Ozturk in position to strike. Now less than 2 seconds behind Krone.
Because Krone is an experienced driver and quite a good one. I don't know what
I think
know,
it was.
I saw it happen, but in my mind, I don't know if Krone could have turned in just a little more, or if Brigone could have, you know, been a little more wide.
I think it was perhaps a little bit of both. I wouldn't ascribe fault to either driver.
Yeah.
I think Pierce Krone was using all of the grip going around that corner. I don't think that he had any more ability to turn in more, and I think Brigone just assumed that he was able to turn in more, because when you're behind the wheel of an LMP2, you absolutely can just turn in more at those speeds. And so Brigone, trying to, maintain his line and catch up to Nucci, just got a little bit too close to Pierce Krone, and then Pierce Krone just moved right into Brigone's line because neither driver really had much of a chance to see that coming. Because, Krone, in order to have not taken that line, he would have needed to brake earlier for the corner, and of course he has his own race that he's running, and so he's trying to use all of the grip available to him in that Ferrari 488 GTE, which we've seen a little bit earlier. Is a very loose setup on that car, and so
Brigone, by the way, in pits.
Oh yes, Brigone now pits, perhaps to repair damage, and perhaps we are at this point almost 40 minutes into the race, and it might just be time for round 1 of pit stops, and Brigone has just decided to do that a little early.
Yeah, we have no insight in the strategy.
One of the strategies that I think Brigone may be taking advantage of by pitting early is whenever you do pit early, if you are in, if for instance you're in a bunch of traffic and you're behind a bunch of GTE cars and you have to work your way around them, sometimes it is a little bit more beneficial to pit a little bit early or lap early.
And Zanotti
even if just a
also in
lap
pits
away.
now?
Yeah. And then whenever you come out, you're racing in clean air, as opposed to getting stuck behind those drivers, those lower class drivers in cars, and then losing all of that time. And so we're seeing it pay out as Brigone is now in completely clean air, all alone on the track. But yeah, McKee, Zanotti, your your third place and second place drivers at the moment, respectively, they have now both come in to pit. And that means, for the moment, Tigran Mkhitaryan moves up into second position. Paolo Nucci stays out. So it is Nucci, Mkhitaryan, and now also staying out Svoscotian. As Zanotti comes out of the pits, Jamie McKee leaves his pit box and is rolling out at pit speed. And yeah, so your leaders in LMP2 are currently making their pit stops. The GTE cars typically last a little bit longer in R Factor 2, and they have not yet come into pit just yet.
Interestingly enough, yeah, go ahead. Interestingly enough, Brigone did not do a driver check. Maybe they're doing 2 and 2 hours, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not so sure we're going to see too many driver changes this early on in the race. We're not quite at a full stint. Full stint, typically I've seen, is about an hour to 2 hours. Yep, Nucci has come into the pits. Also...
Yilmaz.
Yes. Yeah, Yilmaz pits as well. Yilmaz is running in 8th position. Nucci, your current leader, and Mkhitaryan comes into pit as well. Yes, that looks like... Who does that look like? Svoscotian? That's Svoscotian comes into pit. So all of your leaders in LMP2 have either pitted in or are in the pits at the moment. Alberto Zanotti takes the lead yet again then.
Of course. Would have been surprising if you would have lost the lead in a what did look like a completely normal pit stop.
Indeed. Jamie McKee, also as expected, takes second. Paolo Nucci is now leaving the pits in third. And doesn't look like Brigonet now in fourth, just beating Tigran Mkhitaryan out of the pits. Or Tigran Mkhitaryan's coming out of the pits. Brigonet beats him around the lap. So he maintains that position.
There was some driver changes, you guys.
Yep.
Yilmaz is out.
Is that Serdar
LMP2.
taking over for him?
Yes. Uh-huh. Yep.
Yep,
What
so
are those
that
names?
is-
Armenian? Sounds.
I'm not quite sure.
me
Serdar
neither.
Dikici. We do not have nationalities in our driver entry surveys.
And even
so-
if we had nationalities, maybe these driver is from UK but has a background from Armenia, Turkmenistan, or whatever. I mean, in modern times, you cannot go by the name.
Bahar's out. So then the Cert is in. So yeah, so there was about 3 driver changes.
Cert is in.
No,
I thought you were
Cert.
commentating.
Oh, this is not going to be good.
Well, you know, I had to. Oh my god! I cannot keep it. I have problems in the straight. I'm back to commentating.
That's the sound of Serta trying to hold on to his direct drive wheel.
My best example for modern times is that wonderful Icelandic singer who had a couple of hits already with the wonderful Icelandic name of Emiliana Torrini. I'm going by nationalities.
Right.
In America, that's just a fact of life.
Exactly.
You know, I know people named Rodriguez, and they're black. You know,
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
it's definitely, you know, a melting pot. And so you're absolutely right. You can't just go by nationalities.
Ooh, Brigone very near to Nucci and using.
Oh, yeah.
poor
Whoa.
What
Pierce
is going
Crone.
on?
Using more than all the space.
Yeah.
They're widening
Pierce-
the
to get
track.
around.
I mean, Pierce could not just disappear into thin air, so he was in the middle because there
Oh,
was
goodness.
no way for him to be somewhere else. I mean,
Right.
Poor guy.
Absolutely. Brigone previously put in a 1 minute 46.907, which is
Yeah.
significantly faster during this race than any other driver by about a second.
Yeah.
And that's also quite interesting because we can visibly see that car's rear left has some pretty heavy damage visually to it. But apparently it's a fairly fast machine still, and it doesn't seem to be affecting them too much as they maintain 4th position and start to challenge yet again Paolo Nucci for 3rd. Took a while, but the battle's back on, guys.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exciting because that's probably the one between LMP2 right now. It's pretty spaced out with the others right now.
Absolutely, but these guys are nose to tail. And as we saw, it can get kind of hairy weaving their way through GTE cars, and it looks like they've made it through the last of them for the moment as they make it around the all-black leading GTE Corvette of Grant Jones.
We're gonna try to sniff if he finds place to overtake, but
Tigran Mkhitaryan just set the fastest Sector 3 time and is about 4 seconds behind the pair of LMP2's Brigonet and Nucci who are battling it out. But he's been, you know, consistently showing that he has pace. He can perform with those top dogs. He just has to make it up there with them, which means you have to be faster. He is as fast, but you have to be faster, especially after you've had that issue early on that set you back. Brigonet and Nucci continuing to battle it out. Brigonet looking for an opening, looking for a spot to get around him, but looks
needs to
like
flash
he
his
might.
light.
Yeah, he's flashing his lights.
Flash,
He's
flash.
looking to the inside. The tricky thing is, whenever you are chasing like that, you do have the advantage of being, you know, the driver behind and being able to see very, very directly in front of you what the driver you're trying to get around is doing. But also, there's a tendency to just follow them and not follow the track and try to outbrake them when they're on the limit. And it can be pretty easy to overdrive the car whenever you're chasing. And so Brigonet has to be cognizant that there's still 3 hours and 12 minutes left in this race. While yes, they're pushing for position and they want to get around Nucci, Brigonet cannot use up all of the car in doing so. The other thing that they do whenever they are fighting for position is they're allowing McTarian the opportunity to get even closer. We saw him rubber banding between about 4.5 seconds and 4 seconds. Now we're seeing him rubber band between about 4 seconds and 3.7 seconds. With on this straight consistently about 3.7 seconds behind. And so I think that if Brigonet and Palanucci can't find a truce, this might be a three-way battle here in a few laps. I want to take a look at the GTE battle for second here for just a second. Sermet Öztürk was previously ahead of Pierce Krohn, but Pierce Krohn found his way around before, but Sermet Öztürk has been holding on to third position and is only about 1.5 seconds behind Krohn. The Corvette and the Ferrari have some quite different handling characteristics, I would say. The Ferrari, of course, being mid-engined, and the C7R being front-engined. They've got different, you know, ways that they get around the circuit. You can really gun it around the corners with the Corvette, and it benefits from that. And then it also has that top-end speed as well. While that Ferrari 48 GTE, it's a bit smoother around the corners, but you have to be more careful on corner exit, and it doesn't quite have the grunt that the C7R possesses. So it's interesting to see that matchup and how even those cars actually are, despite their different handling characteristics. Going back now to Brigonet and Nucci, they're getting ever closer. And I suppose they did find a truce, or Tigran Mkhitaryan has just been pulling behind a little bit, but they've now gained 6 seconds ahead of him. But Brigonet again following behind. He's looking. We're seeing him take slightly different lines. If you take the exact same line behind somebody, you're never going to get around.
And I think he's...
put it in there.
He's making it.
No, because the
Yep.
next is a
Is he-
left hand. Yes, he did.
He's gonna
Okay.
make it.
Yep.
Yeah, he makes
Wow.
it. Let's see if he makes it stick. But yeah, I thought because
Exactly.
the one after that was going to be a left-hander that he would not be able, but he did.
Absolutely. Brigonet now moves into third position. Nucci is still close behind. Again, they're very close together. Nucci is now in the chasing position. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that shapes up because they are very evenly matched as they go around the track.
Yeah, but I
Serta,
think
would you
we're
want to
gonna
be?
go ahead.
Would you want to be chased or be the chaser?
Normally, I'm cooler by being chased because I can be pretty stoic. And being the chaser, the problem is you don't see that much. You would love to see more than what you are able to see, but of course you have that big car in front of you that you're trying to overtake. So I can be quite cool when I'm being chased because I just don't care. I drive my race, try to survive it, and if you're able to overtake me, more power to you. But I'm not gonna make it easy, but I'm not gonna make it difficult because for that I would have to be a much better driver.
And turns the rearview mirror off and just doesn't care.
Exactly.
What about you, Cody?
Oh, I would much prefer to chase. I like being able to study the driver in front of me. I like being able to see their lines, where they're faster, where they're not as fast, and I like to be able to see that right in front of me. I also like the opportunity to flash my lights. I like the opportunity to kind of intimidate and get behind them, and know where on the track I can make my move, and where it's better to just hang back. I would much prefer to chase than to be chased.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I like the challenge of the chase.
Grenay now putting some distance on Nucci at this point, 2.5 seconds ahead.
Well,
So
I guess he did make it stick.
I believe so. I've been watching the battle between Surma Ozturk and Pierce Krone. It's stayed about the same. I think Surma Ozturk, like myself and Jenny, is very, very comfortable with chasing. And I think, Surma, again, as we mentioned, has the race record around this circuit in this race at a 2-minute flat .438. So he's clearly got the ability to push and go faster, but I think he's in it for the 4-hour endurance race and not just passing the car in front of him at the moment.
Which is a clever strategy.
I believe so. The other thing that Surma Ozturk might have in his mind, or even Pierce Krone may have in his mind as a bit of an is Pierce Krone has been driving a very loose Ferrari around this circuit. And with a loose car on a track with a lot of fast corners, you tend to put a lot of heat in the tires, you tend to grind the tires down a lot, and I think that Surma Ozturk has been driving his Corvette a bit more
So what you're thinking
more
is that
conservatively.
Pierce will have to go into pit sooner because his tires will be off much sooner, much faster.
I think so, and I think Surma Ozturk is banking on that, and he's saying, why pass him right now and use up all my energy, in my tires, in my wheel, etc., when I can just hang back and let my pit strategy do it for me.
Yeah, I mean, we still have 3 hours to go.
Most certainly. Now, Surma Ozturk, like all of the drivers, I think he's also going for the win. So we're seeing him catch up to Pierce Krone a little bit.
That's the battle I was watching. Yep.
Yeah, I think that if he does, just incidentally, 'cause I don't see him pushing to catch up to him, but I think that if Pierce Krone's lap times dip down enough that Ozturk catches up to him he's gonna try to pass him because, hey, don't slow me down at least,
I mean, Krohn is 1 second slower than his fastest lap, which, of course, after 1 hour doesn't mean that much.
Yeah, well, what does mean a lot is Pierce Krohn's last lap was a second slower than Sermet Ozturk's last lap.
Mm-hmm.
And that has been fairly consistent. Ozturk has been gaining a little under a second a lap on Krohn. And so, and again, these drivers are still on their first pit stop, and we're almost, or they still haven't made their first pit stop.
Yep.
They're still on the tires that they crossed the initial green flag with. And so we may end up seeing some pit stops and maybe some driver changes here pretty soon as we approach this 1 hour mark. Alberto Zanatti, we see weaving his way through the GTE cars, now passing Pierce Krohn. He has been the leader of the class, and for a time was almost 10 seconds ahead of second place. But Jamie McKee has been slowly but surely reeling him in, 2.6 seconds behind now.
Or Zanatti taking it easy, saving fuel and time.
Quite possibly both.
Yeah.
But Jamie McKee has been pushing and pushing, having run a 148.515 last lap compared to Zanatti's 1 minute 50.045. And so he's running
Zanatti
a
has
second
been
and a half
running.
faster.
Yeah, in those 149, 150s for a while. So I don't know. Maybe McKee is overall faster.
Possibly. I think I believe what Sert is saying, that Zanatti is, he's conserving. He's not running at 100% because, why would he? He's in the lead. He's got a good distance on him. But Jamie McKee is saying, yes, please underestimate me. By all means, underestimate me.
I mean, judging by their best lap times in this race, they're quite similar. So, best lap time from Zanatti is 1:47.945, and best time for Jamie is 1:47.823. So they are quite on par.
Got a little hot there. I look at Zanatti's car and I think of a Diet Coke.
Does Diet Coke have those colors?
It's like, well, when I'm looking at it, it comes across gray and with the red, and that's how my Diet Cokes are. Just head on though, head on. When I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, Diet Coke.
Sermet Ozturk is getting even closer to Pierce Krohn, now about half a second behind him. He's stuck behind. This is a weird thing to say. He is stuck behind an LMP2 car who's trying to get around Pierce Krohn. He makes it now, but that put a little bit more distance in between them. But Ozturk certainly reeling in Krohn. Casually, though. I don't see him pushing too heavily.
Yeah, and...
I have to say something.
No, you said something.
It's because he didn't subscribe.
Exactly. So, drivers, if you want to survive your race, subscribe to the channel, follow us on Twitch, and then we won't mention you, and you will survive the race.
Yeah, Ozturk lost about a full 2 seconds from that slide there. Losing traction in that spot's a pretty tough spot because that is right before a corner that sets you up for a long straight, and so seeing those times decrease seeing the times increase as you go across that home stretch, knowing that you lost that rear end and that screwed you for the entire straight. That's just an unfortunate feeling.
And as we're talking about subscribers, we just reached 1,700 of them. Yay!
Hey, very nice. We
And-
thank all 1,700 of you for getting us to this point. Very good.
You. And
I see.
let's
Go
not forget the one thanking you was my number 100.
Hey.
Oh.
Yeah, Cody was the one that filled the 100.
Yep. I'm an OG RomWrom supporter.
And allowed me to change the name to some cryptic channel link to RomWrom.
Yeah.
Look how close McKee is now.
Yes. I was just about to bring that up. McKee reeling in Zanatti there. Yeah, those LMP2 cars, they'd have made their driver swaps. We don't have. Do we have tire information on these cars?
No, surprisingly not. And I say surprisingly because from the information from Studio 397, they said they were including tire information into the overlay, but I don't find it anywhere. I cannot choose it in the control room, so to speak, and I don't see it here. So I don't know what they've been writing. Maybe they haven't published it yet into the sim. So no, we don't.
That's quite interesting. I have perhaps a bit of a hypothesis as to why Zanatti might be running a bit slower than he has been. I think maybe he's going the distance and he's running on hard tires, while Jamie McKee might be running on mediums. We saw, speaking of McKee and his tires, we saw him locking up in the braking zone there. Thankfully, not losing too much time, but a little bit of a flat spot perhaps on that tire now.
We have Grant Jones in the pits for the GTE.
Yes, your previous leader comes into the pits. That is your first GTE pit stop of the day, I believe. And so Pierce Krone stays out. Sermet Ozturk stays out. Oof.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
no,
McKee hanging behind.
Yes. There's a... What was that? Is that Kirby? That's kinda
Yes.
getting... Ugh.
Dino Pereira is now in for Grant Jones. So they have done a driver change in the number 72 Corvette.
Oh, yeah. So there must have been another one because now Parker is in there instead of Kirby.
Oh, was there? Okay, so I think
Yeah, missed
perhaps
that.
in the battle we have perhaps missed the
Yes.
driver change. Grant Jones out, Michael Parker now in. Zanatti and Jamie McKee still battling. I think I was right on the flat spotting issue because Jamie McKee is now 1.5 seconds behind Zanatti. Although he is still trying to reel him in. But we can definitely see Zanatti's lap times have come down a little bit as he's gone back to pushing at 100% to stay ahead of McKee and maintain that lead.
And for those watching who may not know, flat spotting, for one, you lock the brakes and lose time because you get out of the best racing line. But the other thing is the modern sims, including Assetto Corsa, start making the wheel vibrate as would a car in real life do, and that makes it more difficult to race. And believe me, that is very unnerving when your wheel is all the time vibrating while you're trying to work the corners, especially in a place with maggots and beckets like Silverstone. Oh my god. Flat spotting is can make you lose time overall.
I want to be in that helicopter hovering the track.
Ah.
That'd be a good one.
Imagine being the one handling the camera on the helicopter. That must be quite a difficult. I know, because of my times on TV, I know many people who work with cameras and so on, but never got to know somebody who did that on helicopters. I know a couple of camera people who have worked on races on track.
There's a battle for 6th shaping up here. Daniel Zvoskoshin and Emir Sert are really fighting it out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
oh,
and
they
we're
just
seeing a pass
passed.
here. Yep. Zvoskoshin makes the pass attempt there through the S's, and it looks like he's going to keep it.
I do enjoy the colors on the vehicle too. They catch my eye.
Yes, I believe that is a team car with Tigran.
Oh, McKee passed.
Mkhitaryan. Oh, did he?
No,
Oh, he's attempting.
No, and then it went back again.
Yeah, he's
He
trying.
did, but it didn't stick.
Yeah, let's
Ooh,
switch
two
Jamie
different
McKee
battles
here.
going on.
Absolutely, 2 battles here at once. We'll try to keep you updated on both of them. But yeah, McKee right on the heels of Zanatti. He's caught up to him. He has decided now is the time. I'm going to make my move over Zanatti. There will be a new leader. And Zanatti says, nope.
Not today. Please take it on.
Yeah, it looks like Zanatti fends off McKee for now, but they're going to come along this straightaway. There's 2 GTE cars in front of them. Zanatti flashing his lights, let him know,
Yeah.
hey, we got to get around
Get
you,
out of
let
here.
us by. Krone taking the racing line, slowing them both down. They're right on each other's heels, McKee and Zanatti. Oh my
But that's
goodness.
a difficult curve to let somebody pass.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely a single file through there. But it bunches them up together. It bunches McKee and Zanatti up as they make it past.
Oh, and Zanatti.
Oh, getting a little squirrely there.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this is quite a fight that we're seeing here. Zanatti doing everything in his power to keep McKee in his rear view. McKee's pushing very hard to try to find an advantage on Zanatti. We had mentioned before, overdriving the car is not the best thing to do in a 4-hour endurance race. We are now 1 hour and 10 minutes into that race with 2 hours 50 left to go. And I have to wonder about the long-term strategy of both of these drivers. If it's beneficial for them to be fighting for position at this early, I'm going to still call it an early stage of the race. Saw Jamie McKee getting a a bit of not quite the best exit out of that corner just before the straight. And Zanotti's able to take advantage of it. But McKee, we've seen, has been a bit better, not a lot better, but a bit better in the braking zones and catches up to Zanotti a little bit. But then Zanotti with that just consistent pace, and we've seen very, very few mistakes from Zanotti, and of course that's why he's up in front. But Jamie McKee is just driving 101% to try to get out in front of Zanotti, and I have to wonder, as the gap widens now, I have to wonder if he's pushing too hard and might be wearing the car out a little bit more.
Yeah, he may have decided getting over my limits or the limits of the car, and I rather take a little bit of space and a little bit of time and a breather.
Absolutely.
Still a great race, right? Because McKee started 5th.
Yes.
Oh, he's in the pits.
McKee in the pits.
Yep.
That's why McKee was.
Uh-huh. It'll be interesting to see if Jamie McKee remains in that car or if perhaps there's a driver change.
Yeah.
We know that Jamie McKee had those collisions beforehand and has some damage to repair on that car. I'm paying attention to McKee's car in the pits right now, and he had some rear 3/4 panel damage. I now see that is repaired. The damage at the front, still not quite yet. We'll have to see how that goes. You can elect to not repair bodywork as you are choosing when to go into the pits. McKee now 45 seconds since entering the pit lane, and Brigonet is your new second place for the moment as we begin this second round of pit stops for the LMP2 class.
There's just a fun little pass between 8th and 9th in the LMP2. The Carlsbad car. Looks like they passed, so that was a fun little pass.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Cameron Barker now comes out of the pit lane.
Yep.
Taking over. Who are they taking over for? McKee taking over for McKee. So
Yeah.
yes, there was a driver change there. Yeah, that 36 car now piloted by Cameron Barker, taking over, and now, you know, of course, we're going to see more pit stops throughout, but Cameron Barker's now in 7th. Zanotti stays out. We have to wonder, though, when Zanotti will pit.
Yeah, I was expecting Zanotti to go into pits sooner than McKee, but I was wrong.
Now, I had predicted, or I had hypothesized, that Zanotti may have chosen to run on hard tires, and that's why they weren't as fast.
True.
So they may have, that may pay off for them, because they have stayed out much longer than they would have previously.
Still, I don't think that hard tires will survive until the end of the race. But yeah, I mean, maybe the next time that they go in, they change tires and refuel completely. So. Because one of the things that you do in enduro races is you always analyze, so when should I enter for tires, where should I enter for fuel. Sometimes you only do tires, sometimes you only do fuel. You try to find a balance of all strategies and see to it that at the end your pit strategy is the best one. It's more complicated than the pit strategies of Formula 1.
Well, yes, if nothing else, because you have to refuel.
Yeah. And on longer races, 24-hour and so on, you also change brakes and stuff like that.
Yep, absolutely.
So I'm watching you guys for LMP2 third and fourth right now. The Nucci and Mkhitaryan. So they're
Mhm.
only within a few seconds apart right now.
Yeah, Mkhitaryan has, you know, we mentioned and certainly have discussed since the collision at the start of the race that saw Svoziotskin, Svozkoshin, my bad. I'm going to continue to get that wrong. That saw Svozkoshin upside down. Ever since then, Mkhitaryan has been consistently making up ground and improving from, I think at one point, 7th position it was, and now they're challenging Paolo Nucci for 3rd position.
It is a difficult move.
Why can't they all be named Crone?
Because then it would make it very difficult to commentate the race. Krone is now surpassing Krone. Which one you mean? The one on first position. I thought you meant the one on seventh position. No, it's Krone 7. What? Wait, but Krone 7 is now Krone 6 because he overtook. Oh, forget it.
Brigonet comes into the pits.
Emir Cert also is in the pits.
And Emir Cert now leaving the pits. Still the same driver, no driver change there, I believe. Yes. But Brigonet now coming in for the pits. I see rear tires being changed. I see front tires. There's significant body damage to that car's left side. I think from a previous collision. So there will probably be some damage repair. So I predict that stop will take a while. But we see Mkhitaryan and Nucci move on up into 2nd and 3rd for the moment, temporarily. And Mkhitaryan is still inching closer to Paolo Nucci.
Don't try that at Maggots and Beckett are my nemesis.
We can see as they make their way through Maggots and Beckett's, Paolo Nucci having a much more squirrely, much looser setup on the car than Tigran Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan is very, very smooth and planted through the corner, while Paolo Nucci just performs kind of a slight drift through all of those turns. And it's done well for Nucci up to this point, performing a 1 minute 47 point, I think it was 7.9 something, and that's one of the fastest laps of the race. But as Mkhitaryan reels in Nucci, we can definitely see that as the tires have degraded, I think that looser setup perhaps has put Nucci at a disadvantage compared to the much more planted Tigran Mkhitaryan number 41 car.
While we're watching that, Zanotti and Pitts making it quite a long stop, like 45 seconds stop.
He now makes it out. Again, Paolo Nucci and Mkhitaryan have not pitted in. Zanotti has now pitted. Brigonet has now pitted and comes out. Same driver for both of those cars, the 72 and the 14 respectively. Cameron Barker, who was in for, oh my goodness, who was it? Cameron Barker. McKee, yes.
Ah,
Thank you much. Cameron Barker was in for McKee. He is making his way through. He is in 5th at the moment.
Let's see. Let's see.
Ooh, alongside. Victorian makes it for the moment, but Paolucci is still right behind.
Yeah.
Paolucci
going
comes
into
out,
it.
takes the opportunity to pit in. Probably a good strategy.
Yeah.
And McTarian is your leader, but is still due a pit
Whoa.
stop.
A little wide there.
Yeah.
Just a little excited.
It's not yet time for donuts, mate. Neither to get back the calories nor to drive them. I gotta say, every time that I do one of these multiplayer races that are really intense and important, I sweat like something. I mean, imagine if I'd be, I imagine if I would be in the cockpit of a car.
You'd
These
create
cars,
a pool.
yeah, these cars don't have AC, of course.
Yeah.
And I would
They do have
really,
forced air.
yeah,
in
but
the
still,
cockpit.
I mean that's not like driving in your wonderful SUV with the temperature at balmy 21 degrees. La 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 la. So I think I would lose a lot of water in such a.
Bold of you to assume the AC works in my SUV.
That's true, yes. Ooh, silly of us to assume that one.
It actually does at the moment, but last summer it did not. That was an interesting Texas summer.
Oh.
Yeah,
Sounds
especially with the
gross.
leather interior.
Ooh.
Interestingly enough, Barker is now becoming favorite for me.
Yes, I'm watching that right now. That's exciting.
Of course, Barker only one stop, which
Tigran McTarian is in the pits, your current leader, but as we expected, they were due for a pit stop.
Right.
It'll be interesting to see if a driver change takes place there. Certainly, tires and fuel will, and perhaps damage repair from that previous incident at the start. Although, have they pitted already? Is this their second pit stop?
Who?
Oh, look at Barker.
Tarian?
Barker
Oh,
made
Yes.
it.
Barker.
Tarian is on the second pit stop.
Okay, so
And
I
I'm
think
pretty
they may
sure
have
Barker
repaired
will
that on
be
the
also
first.
soon enough.
Mhm.
Ooh, getting held up a little here. Oh. Okay.
Prone again, not knowing where to go.
I know.
You're all over me.
Okay, so Mkhitaryan is out. And is it Steneker?
Yep.
Is now in?
Yes. Yeah. Tarian out for Steneker in the number 41 Cyberlinks team, I'm going to assume, because they have that
Yes.
branded on the side of both cars. Them and I suppose Koshin.
You're getting it down. It's like rolling off your tongue now.
Yeah, if it's told to me how to pronounce it, I can get
Right.
it. It's just when I'm trying to read it, and I'm actually
Yep.
generally pretty good with names, but doing it on the fly, not my thing.
What I'm surprised is it shows only one stop. Maybe it was... What is also interesting, there's 2 cars on GTE that haven't done even one stop. I wonder what they-
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I think they started on hard tires, and they have been just driving very, very conservatively. You know, we see Mark and Michael Parker, I think, are the driver. No, Michael Parker did make the stop because that was a driver change. But
Yeah, that was for
I
Kirby.
think has Pierce Crone made a stop?
Yes,
One.
but they did not do any driver
Oh,
change.
speaking of the GTE cars, Surma Ozturk has a bit of a moment and slides all on their own. Is now back facing the right direction, but that was certainly a hairy situation, and they're going very conservatively around this next corner.
Yeah.
Wee! Thanks for subscribing, JRSP.
Woohoo! Thank you so much. We're happy to have you, and we hope to have you at our next race as well.
And we won't be
So-
saying your name on stream. See how nice we are? Whoa, and Dvorskin and Steneker playing change places.
The teammates. Yeah, those are the two team cars. Both with a vested interest in not colliding with each other again, as happened at the start of the race. We are now an hour and a half into this race. My, how time flies.
Also
Alberto
interesting.
Zanotti. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Alberto Zanotti, we had mentioned before, they're at the front of this race before the before the second round of pit stops. They have now come out on top. They were going to bat with the, oh goodness, what car was that? The number 36 car, who was challenging them for the lead. After the driver change and pit stop, Cameron Barker, now piloting that number 36 car, is 16.5 seconds behind. So Zanotti has quite the advantage.
Oh, Koshin.
Having a moment there.
Yeah, just
Oh, yeah, big
because
moment.
they were challenging Nucci also.
Mm-hmm.
Bummer.
Though their teammate, Hunkjan Steneker, is still in a good spot to challenge Nucci.
Right. Yep.
Pierce Crone, your leader in GTE, as we've mentioned, due for a pit stop, but has been staying out so far. It might just be because I'm looking at LMP2s, but they've been running a little bit slower this lap than they have in previous. I'll be interested to see what their lap time around this lap turns out to be. We're starting to see the sun come out a little bit in spots on the track. Not much.
Steneker just
little bit.
passed Nucci.
Oh, goodness. Yes, indeed. Did I miss that?
And Nucci maybe also surpassed
Yep.
by Koshin Sumina. There we go.
Ha, it's not just me. Ha. But yeah, Voskoshin trying now to get around Nucci, who has lost a good bit of pace.
Yep.
Ever since I think it might be
Yep, just did
the
it.
tires. Yep. Just made the pass.
Yeah, once your tires are gone, it's almost impossible.
Nucci going very, very slow out of that corner. Uh,
Up.
several
Oh,
seconds off
gosh.
pace, dipping
Just
off
went
into the
off the
grass.
trap
There's
a little.
some sort of an
Jeez.
issue. Yeah.
Wow.
And Jamie
That was
telling
all on
us
his own.
in the chat that Zanotti and I made contact when I was briefly in first, hit my rear wing, and I took damage and had to pit a 35-second repair.
Oh, wow.
You don't want to have 35-second repair alone.
But their car is still in third place, so they're still doing really well.
Still,
Just
would
saying.
maybe
Just
be
saying.
a first place still. But yeah,
Right. Yep. There's still a lot of time left, so
absolutely.
we shall see.
And we all know what they say: to finish first, you have to finish first. So as long as you're in the race, anything is possible. What is
Yeah, so it's-
interesting is they have not set the server up for real time, because then it would be dark in Silverstone.
Yep. Night racing is its own brand of fun, especially Silverstone, which does not have lights set up for
Oh,
night.
that's rough.
Uh,
Yeah.
Like Bahrain, for example, or some of the street circuits on the Formula One calendar do.
Yeah, but Bahrain is boring. I mean, then why have a night race if you can see everything? Like, I know they're doing it a night race so the people in Europe who are normally the number one. Whoops.
Oh,
What happened? No.
Zoscotian had a bit of a lag.
It was
a lag
some
spike there.
netcode. I prefer circuits like Misano that has lights in some places and not in others. It makes it more interesting.
Dakota is like that. It's got lights in some spots around the stadium section, but then you get out towards the like out by the straight and in the back stretch.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Steneker
Who was
went
that?
off.
Yeah, Steneker, teammate of Zvoskoshin,
Uh-huh.
goes sliding.
All all alone. No,
Yep.
no
In
touch.
the
No
same
help.
in the same spot that Sermet Öztürk spun his Corvette in pretty much the exact same manner a few laps back. Yeah, my most unpopular Formula One opinion is that I actually like driving Bahrain. It's really fun to drive.
Why is it so unpopular?
I don't know. People say it's boring. I've always found it to be a fun layout.
Bahrain is Yas Marina?
No. Yas Marina is its own thing. Yeah, Bahrain is Bahrain International Circuit.
I don't remember right now how it looks like. But
Yeah, Yas Marina, I agree. Yas Marina is boring and not fun. But that's the one in like Saudi Arabia. Yas Marina, I believe.
why? Yeah.
Oh, Dubai,
Emirates.
yeah.
In the Emirates.
In the Emirates, yeah, that's the one.
It's Dubai is almost like Saudi Arabia. They just don't behead that many people.
Right.
Oh man.
But it's true.
I've been to Saudi Arabia.
Eesh.
Oh, really?
In the well, yes, more like Qatar, but
Qatar, those are the liberals within the Emirates.
yes.
Which is not
Yeah, I
saying
could go
something compared
around-
to other states there, but
Yeah.
All of the people that I know who have been to the Middle East have been in camo.
Yep.
camo? What do you mean?
Military.
Ah, Join the military, see other countries and bomb them. Wait. Things have settled down at the moment.
Yes, certainly. Everybody's found a rhythm, found a groove, and I say that as, oh goodness, who was it? April Karsvard gets a little bit loose in that same corner that we saw a few other drivers at this point get a little loose.
They'll have something like 15 seconds or something like that away from their next one. So racing clean air, which isn't that of an issue. Still, they can have their own racing.
It'll spread out now.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah. Trying to look at all like the closest battles. And I'm like, well, 7 seconds is kind of a bit of a ways. Yeah, it's like they're spread out perfectly.
When the ones who still have to do a pit stop go into pits, things may be taking up.
This can be one of the easiest times for a racing driver, but it can also be one of the most boring times. And you find a rhythm, but you can also run into a bit of a trap of, you're getting complacent. You're not, you're not like using all of the space. It's easy to get lazy and let your lap time slide a little bit. In the mid parts of an endurance race.
And it's easy to lose concentration.
Yes, absolutely. Your mind wanders. You start thinking, "Oh, what's for dinner later?" And you can very easily run into the trap of, that tunnel vision of the road, and then just accidentally make a mistake because you're just not focusing on the corners, your entrances, your exits, etc.
Remember the car that where the motor was smoking? In the Discord, in the Global Enduro Discord, the driver says, we had a nightmare and had to retire before the first pit stop. My screen completely froze, although I still had car control. We were going to try and get it back to the pits with teammate watching to see if we could do a swap, but by that point the engine temperatures were too high and the car shut off. Pity.
Was that Elder?
Yeah.
Number 13? Yeah.
So like in real life, you get some issues with technical issues with the thingies, DIT, whatever. I remember Jimmy Broadbent having immense issues with the wheel. the car was working, but the wheel was not reacting, not giving the information to the car that was needed, and they were stuck in fifth and all kinds of shenanigans because of the wheel.
Yeah, in a modern race car, a lot of the onboard computer systems are baked into the steering wheel itself. So if your steering wheel is having an issue, kind of the brains of the car are having an issue.
So you're saying the wheel is the brain and the pilot is the brawn?
Well, it's kind of the wheel is the producer and the driver is the director of the production that is the race car. The naughty that you're seeing ringing around the track, he's been very clean, very consistent, even whenever he is battling with another driver. He pretty much just drives as if they're not there. Not in that, you know, he cuts them off, but he's
cool
just
and
as
calm.
smooth, yeah, just as calm, just as collected. He is running now 1 minute 48s, pretty close to his best lap of 1 minute 47.442.
Super consistent. This is nothing like how I would drive at all.
I gotta say, because of Assetto Corsa Competizione, I've driven now quite some laps on Silverstone, and the way I was taking Silverstone at the beginning of my sim racing is luckily nothing compared to the way that I take it now. But no, I would not be able to be driving 4 hours as concentrated as these guys. Soloshkin in.
Ooh, so Scotian sliding into the pits. And
Oh!
into
DNF?
Oh no,
DNF.
it says DNF.
Retired, unfortunately.
That's strange.
I have to wonder. So Scotian is a driver that we haven't seen very much racing. At least I haven't seen very much in our commentated Global Enduro races. I have to wonder if perhaps they're a little new to R Factor 2 and they hit escape when they went into the pits.
Oh.
Because that is something that you cannot do.
I did enjoy
yeah.
watching that car though.
Likewise. I am watching their car in the garage. It briefly spawned in upside down. And then it went back, so I think there may be some sort of a technical issue with that car. But the car is now visible, it is facing the right direction, but it is still parked in the garage and they are listed as a DNF.
Yeah.
But we will keep you updated on the driver chat, see if we get any information there on the fate of the number 42 Cyberlinks car. But thank you guys for standing by with us. We'll keep you updated on that. Emir Cert is getting closer and closer to Paolo Nucci, who has kind of fallen from grace a little bit, going from 3rd place down into 5th, and is now being challenged by the current 6th place driver.
Also known as Darth Vader.
Yes. Yes, indeed. I like your designation of that car as the Darth Vader car.
Paolo, I am your father.
Well, Emir Cert is doing his best to force his way up to Paolo Nucci, and we will see how that goes.
Yeah, he's getting closer and closer. Wow, like each few turns.
Does anybody remember when the pit stop from Nucci was? Not that far away, right? 20 minutes? 30 minutes?
Um, of the last round of LMP2 pit stops, they were one of the earlier ones. I have to wonder if they went with a softer tire compound. Because yeah, it certainly their lap times have dropped back fairly consistently throughout. Paolucci's last lap was a 1 minute 54.457, which is over 5 seconds off their last lap. Oh, a bit of a hit. Uh-oh.
Oh!
Paolucci goes sliding.
And lost the wing.
Oh,
Yep,
coming.
that's
Oh,
a lost rear
no.
wing.
Without a wing.
Man,
Ooh.
that is some heavy damage. How did that happen?
Somehow lost control, but now it's gonna be difficult. Now he's gonna be going at snail pace. I don't know if you can repair that in the sim. In real life, you would not be able to.
I think you would. You'd have to replace the entire back end, though. I've seen them do similar things at Le Mans.
Really? Oh, okay.
In the World Endurance Championship, they have. Since I've been in the pits during a race, they have replacement nose cones. They've got like 3 replacement nose cones, 2 or 3, and then they'll have replacement rear ends as well for the LMP cars.
I thought the nose cones I knew, but I thought they didn't have the back. Okay, hey, that's something today. It's been a good day.
And typically I've only seen one back replacement of the teams that I saw, but they have like trailers and stuff and things in trailers, but they had one at the ready.
I mean, of course, because of the nature of racing and so on, normally they come with at least half a car. Like they can exchange any part of the motor that they are allowed to exchange within a race weekend. They have it there.
And they just sit there behind the garage, like all the parts are just lined up. You can touch them. You're not supposed to, but you can. I didn't, but you could. Like there would be nothing stopping me from just tap.
I mean, I've seen.
Go ahead.
Oh,
I'm sorry, you guys. There's a really good battle with Parker and Mark right now in the GTEs.
Oh, that's your battle for 4th place.
4th, yeah.
Yeah, fighting for not last in the GTE category.
Yeah.
I've seen these mechanics.
I'm not quite sure.
Oh, let's see. Oh, still in there.
I think they're a lap down. Herrera is about 9 seconds off Krone for the GTE class, but Krone's been leading pretty consistently. He's found his groove in that Ferrari and is able to contend with the damage. You know, speaking of damage, I have a new theory as to why Paolucci has been struggling these past few laps. He had, even before his massive crash, he had some damage on the rear left that may have affected his alignment, his suspension, and so he may have been dealing with a car that was out of alignment and harder to drive. And so seemingly he just, like, coming out of that straight, or coming out of the corner onto that straight, he just lost it for seemingly no reason. We see now Sermet Ozturk coming into the pits. I think that's his first pit stop of the day. Was he one of the ones who was staying out? Oh, Sermet Ozturk is in the garage.
Also? What?
Yeah, he's also DNF.
Oh my gosh.
Why is that?
Dropping like flies. I wonder if it's an accidental hit too. Or, you know, the escape. Nucci's coming out.
Yeah, goodness. Yeah, Sermit was your third place driver in GTE. That's very interesting. We will endeavor to find out that information as to why that happened for both Sermit and for Swiss-Goshen, both.
By the way, you were right. Zanotti is driving hard.
Mm, okay.
Oh, nice one. It's like you know what you're talking about, Cody.
Don't do that ever
Rarely,
again.
but sometimes I'm right. Yeah.
First time for everything.
Broken clock, twice a day, something something.
Yeah.
Although I remember. Ah, no, 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 no. Pity. Roster seems to keep being on DNF.
Do you think even on a bad day, these real life drivers still love their job?
I think so.
Just to
No,
know,
I
like,
think
you're getting paid to race?
on a bad day you hate it, but you know that it's a bad day, and next day it's going to be better. You wouldn't be
Hmm.
a driver, a pilot, if you wouldn't think this way. So I don't think that at the moment that things are going wrong, you love your job. Remember Alonso saying GP2 motor, GP2. So he clearly was hating everything around that car and that motor. But also keeping with Alonso, he went then and did Dakar. He went and did LMP. So a pilot is a pilot. If you love driving, you love driving, and if it's a bad day,
Yeah.
you remember that there's gonna be better days.
Eats washing dishes.
That's true. Very true.
We have information as to why Daniel Swiss-Goshen had to retire. So his teammate, so he has two teammates, Alexei Zagornev and Andrei Vyalenko, and one of them, unfortunately, was having technical problems, and so Koshin was not able to, for some reason or another, he's not able to make it through the full race, perhaps prior engagements, etc. And their teammate was having technical issues, and so they did not have a relief driver for that. So when they came in for their driver change, they had to retire instead because there was not a second driver.
Oh, wow. That's so disappointing.
Maybe seeing a little bit of a fight between Sturt and Barker. Well, at the moment, Sturt is one and a bit seconds away from Barker.
Yeah. We also have information from Mustafa Baran, who was Sermet Ozturk's teammate and relief driver. And they had a similar issue. Unfortunately, Mustafa's electricity went out when it was time for their driver change. And so they also had to retire from their GTE run. So an unfortunate round one for both of those teams, forced to retire on similar situations. We now have Yilmaz in the number 85 LMP2 coming into pit. We might see a driver change there. We'll have to watch, but they have been out for a long time. And they are the original driver for that team, so my prediction is that we'll probably see a driver change.
Yeah, we're at just about that halfway mark, right? So that would.
Yes.
Still a 0% chance of rain.
Well, it was previously a 1% chance of rain. Now I believe that has. Or are you definitively saying 0% chance of rain?
No, I think she was asking.
Oh, asking. Okay, so.
Yeah.
I'm looking here.
So my
Rochester,
computer straight up
England.
froze, and all I have is that one stream, and I can't really click between anything else right now.
Uh-oh.
So I'm on Panic Island, but it should be okay. I guess we all have technical issues.
Ooh. Uh-oh. No, okay. Is it... Turt had a bit of a moment going into pits, and it looked for a second, because of the graphics, as if the motor was going up in smoke, but it was only that he went out of
Yes.
the track.
Just a little bit, yeah. Looks okay. Ah, Darth Vader, come on.
But what we're seeing now is a fight between Steneker and Barker. Less than a second away from each other.
Serta, your live timer that you sent to me, the password that you sent me is not working for it.
Ah, no, you need another password. Give me a sec.
Okay, thank you.
So the password is
Yeah.
strange. Now we have 20 people in this live timer? How come? So the password is, yeah, crazy if I'm gonna give you my password.
That's a weird password.
It's better than the most used password out there, which is 123.
I would have thought it would be password.
That
I
is
love
the
cats.
second or third most used. Interestingly enough, we just passed the 2-hour mark. Interestingly enough, it's not admin as I would have expected. Because of course, if you are the admin of a system, you know better than to leave those things. Normally. Haven't been somebody who's been in security in IT for a while. I've seen. And just in case you're wondering, in the stream, the points will be divided 10 points for first place, 8 for second place, 6 for third, 5 for fourth, and then 4, 3, 2, 1, and so on in both classes. And in case you are new to this, this is the first race in a series. The next one is gonna be at the beginning of October at Sebring, then at the beginning of November in Road Atlanta, and the last one at the beginning of December in Nürburgring.
So there is rain in the UK, but it looks like it is going to go north of us.
UK is quite big, so Silverstone might not be in the part of UK where there is rain.
Correct. It looks like it's going more towards Northern Ireland, Wales, that area. It's going to miss England. He says, ignorant of the majority of the UK's geographics, despite the fact that he's been there.
We're gonna trying to get nearer.
Hey, Cameron Barker's in second place. He's gotten that machine back into P2. You remember earlier, it was
McKee.
yes. I'm trying to find Barker. Okay, yeah. Barker and Cameron Barker and Jamie McKee for Sector 4 Racing. I was looking for their name on my entry sheet. But towards the beginning of the race, they were challenging Zanotti for the lead, and after their pit stop, before their pit stop, they had picked up some damage. When they had briefly moved into first, had to repair that damage, and that sent them back to fifth. They have now worked their way up all the way to second position, and Briganet is close behind. Michael Parker for the number 25. Let's see, Michael Parker, the number 25 car, who shares that car with Daniel Kirby. He is now in the pits for RE Racing. He's your third place car. Spent 35 seconds in the pits and is now coming out. Pierce Crone, still your leader in GTE, followed by Grant Jones and the aforementioned Michael Parker in the 25 car. Wayne Newton is now driving the wonderfully liveried Jackie Chan racing car, substituting in for, was that Wilkes or was that?
No, it was
Alex.
April.
April.
Carl's
April.
car.
Yes.
Yeah. Still trying to get my other program working. It's all frozen. Sorry, guys.
Uh-oh. If you need to restart, it will still let you into the server again as a spectator if you need to restart your computer.
Yeah, I might have to force restart it, but we'll see.
Those are the things that you do with the hammer.
That's what I thought.
Percussive maintenance.
Yeah. By the way, the last race of this endurance series of Global Enduro is going to be done on GP and not on Nordschleife as we expected.
Aha.
I'm going to do a complete restart, so I'll be back in about 3 minutes.
Excellent.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank
See you
you.
soon.
Yeah, that's not nice when the computer doesn't want to. Okay.
Most certainly, that's a tough one.
I remember I had that in one of these broadcasts. I was not able to change. I think I was not able to change cameras because the mouse didn't want to.
I see. Let's see. Somebody's gone into the pits. That looks like Hunt and Stinker, Cyberlinks, number 41 LMP2 car. Currently in 4th. They are now pitting in.
And I suppose they're gonna lose that position to Cert because Cert is only 34 seconds.
Yes.
And even a short pit stop from beginning to end of the pit lane is long.
As we start to see a little bit more sun come out, Alberto Zanotti, your current leader, has set a new fastest lap, 1 minute 47.436, blazing fast around this track.
He's doing quite a consistent race. We had some issues when he was being chased, but even those weren't that bad. And all in all, it's how you get and keep the first position. Be consistent, entrances and exits, and just do your pace over and over and over again. I mean, because this is one of the impressive things of driving a race car. I mean, driving a race car per se, being able to keep all these forces inside of the physics and therefore inside of the track is already enormous. But doing it over and over and over again, lap after lap after lap after lap, and being consistent is even more difficult. I mean, I can have one good lap, but all the others are crap. Like, these guys do hundreds of them.
Absolutely, the talent on display in this Global Enduro League is very impressive. Mark, our GTE Ferrari driver, the only other Ferrari outside of Pierce Krones, he has come into the pits. We've had one retirement from the GTE class, Sermet Ozturk in the number 80 Corvette, but we still have 4 GTE cars remaining in that class.
Distances between the cars are all keeping quite consistent, so even after a small round of pit stops, didn't see much shake. Of course, we have 4 cars that had to DNF, so luckily that of course makes the distances between the cars bigger as
Yep.
we have had 3 DNFs in the LMP2 class, and luckily only 1 DNF in the GTE.
Indeed.
Back.
Well, Welcome back.
welcome back.
You have
thank
not missed
you.
too much. The drivers have been consistent, settled into their paces, and they are focusing on those points now.
Okay.
Until we are something like 30 minutes before the end of the race, where everybody is gonna try to get an advantage. It's often the case.
And now I am going to disappear for just a second. I'm going to pick up some things that I had spray painted out in the backyard and am going to bring in before I think it starts to rain, because there's a chance of rain where I am.
In Texas,
It happens.
climate has gone bonkers.
So I live in Tarrant County, Texas, which is where Fort Worth is, and it is the most weather, like we have the most diverse weather, our county, in all of North America.
Wow.
I think it's all of the world, but all of North America, because we get tornadoes, we get the occasional hurricane, we get freezing, like very, very cold weather occasionally, not often, and then we get very, very hot weather up to, like, this is going to be in Fahrenheit, but like 110 degrees Fahrenheit, and then all the way down to, like, I've seen like -5 degrees. It gets
Oh,
very cold, it gets very
wow.
hot, it gets very humid, it gets very dry.
I didn't realize it was so diverse.
Yes, absolutely. And there is hail, there is sleet, there is snow sometimes, but much more often hail or sleet. And yeah, never a dull moment. But since there's a chance of rain, I'm going to bring in those things that I spray painted. They should be dry now. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, little Texan Banksy.
We should call him our little Dixie cup. I'm trying to look for some more battles here.
At the moment, everything... They've all settled down. They all have the rhythm. There's...
Oh, so Nucci isn't out there anymore at Zampini.
But there's... Everything is quiet for now. I mean, they still have 1 hour and 45 minutes. They are counting their blessings, and if they come nearer, they will attack. But for now, just keeping it quiet.
Well, I think Wayne Newton and Zampini might have a little something coming up here soon.
That, but it's still 1.5 seconds
Yeah.
from each. Let's see how that pans out. True.
Yes, let's do so.
They're getting... So that's what 1.5 seconds look like. You see the other, but
Right. Yep. Big mistake or multiple laps away still.
yeah, and truth to be told, I mean, if you are prone to mistakes, you would have done them in the last 2 hours. Drone is in pits. That's surprising because that's what moves. Maybe Crone will lose the first place to Grant Jones. And Jones is about 30 seconds away from him.
Yeah. Do we know sort of how the average for the GTEs, their average pit stops? Oh, Ed Bailey's back in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he changed the
Yep.
So the while we're seeing Zampini getting near, Zampini getting near to Newton. The time in pits, the stop is around 30 to 35 seconds, depending
Okay.
on what you do. And I think the complete pit stop is around, if you don't do repairs and so on, is around 45 to 55 seconds. I would have to look.
Okay, no problem. Please don't do so. Just a quick question, wanting a quick answer. Mm-hmm.
I mean, Steneker in Newton, that's why. It's the battle.
Yeah, I
Overlay
think
tells me
Steneker's
fifth.
out on its own. It's really Newton and Zampini. Should be.
Yeah, the overlay was. Now we
okay.
have.
Okay.
Alrighty, I'm back now.
Oh, we're watching a battle for 6th place right now in
Ooh,
LMP2. Zampini has really cut it and is just on Newton's tail.
Ah, okay. Zampini seems to have taken over for.
Nucci.
Yeah, that was Paolo Nucci, who had been in the car since the start of the race. So it looks like that taking place around the midway point. I suppose that might be their only driver change.
Oh, that was good. That's
Ooh,
Yep.
very
stick.
clean.
That's gonna stick.
Yeah.
Steneker went a little bit too wide, chose a different line, and Zampini went. That's a classic. That's a place where you can, if you are quite confident, can do the trick and do the other. But now,
A little traffic. Okay, got around.
yeah, but there's still another deal. Though that's the back straight. So. And now they're coming on Ed. Let's see. Ooh, the GTE is going very wide, saying, "Hey, you got all the place."
Oh. Yep. Oh
Hey!
no! Oh no! The GTE went right into Newton.
Into Ed Bailey.
No,
No.
Newton. Newton
Newton-
in the LMP2 got spun.
Yeah. He was holding his line, but the GTE could not hold it.
Yeah, I saw Ed's line, and Ed lost the first place because of that.
Oh, I suppose we've mentioned that Ed Bailey's taken over for Pierce Crone now.
Yes, we have.
Mhm.
Wonderful, wonderful.
We're able to function without our little Texan Banksy. I mean, you said
Cody, I was
you had
calling you
spray
our little
painted
Dixie.
something.
Just vent covers for my house.
Covers?
Mhm. So we've got vents all throughout the house.
Ah,
for,
okay.
Oh yeah, yeah. We have air conditioning. That might be something that some Europeans do not have, but here in Texas, it's kind of a necessity because of the aforementioned very high temperatures. So we've got vents that are in the ceilings and in the floors. And the ceilings is where the cold air is blown out, and then they leave through the return air vents in the floor. And all of those have metal covers on them, and this is a really weird thing to explain. I'm very used to this. Every house here has air conditioning because you have to or you die. Um, but yeah, so mine are old and they had been painted over a lot, and so I decided rather than buying new ones, I would scrape all the paint off of the old ones and then paint them myself. And so that's what I'm doing.
That's rough,
And
scraping all those. That's some elbow grease.
and I thought when you were saying spray painting that you were doing some Banksy.
Oh yes, I am Banksy. That's it. Yep, that's me. Hi.
And Spartacus. And Brian. I am
Sir-
Brian, and so is my wife.
Huh?
So we've had 4 retired cars so far this race. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4.
3 LMPs, 1 GT.
Andrea Zampini just set a Sector 3 record time.
Nice.
Look at those gaps. 28 seconds, 14 seconds, 74 seconds. 3 seconds is already... Woo. So for now they've settled. While we are 1 hour and a half away from the end of this 4-hour race around Silverstone.
Shane White just set a personal best for the Ferrari GTE car, that number 51 DSA liveried car.
Ooh, a little bit of margin.
I apologize if you guys could hear any noise in my background. There might be a Harry Potter marathon going on in my house with brooms and wanna be flying. Oh.
Marathon or
That's
a game
wonderful.
of what is it, Snitch? And while those were nice books, I still prefer the books by Terry Pratchett.
I don't know if Terry Pratchett made too many Harry Potter books.
No, I think he while he also made a lot of wizard books, first he was more into the witches books, and second, I don't think they had anything to do with Harry Potter, Hagrid, or any of those ones.
In traffic, Hong Chang Steneker is making some time up on Emir's search for the P4 spot. the traffic they've both been weaving through has allowed Seneca the chance to catch up. Seneca gets stuck behind a GTE car and is having to work his way through,
Yeah, but
losing now a full second on that.
I suppose he's gonna eat up that time once again. He's already gotten half a second back from that.
I think you're right.
And while Pratchett did not write a Harry Potter book, he wrote a lot of Tiffany Aching books, who is a young witch learning how to be a witch, which, as Terry Pratchett always said, was a lot of headology and not a lot of magic, because magic always ends up going wrong. And yes, I've read almost everything that Pratchett has written.
Very cool.
But
And
we're always looking for new books around here, so I will look into that.
oh yeah, so Terry Pratchett has written different books, mostly a very special kind of fantasy books, because they started as a touch between Steneker and
Is that Yilmaz?
Oh, a bit of a spin from oh goodness,
Steneker.
who was it?
Yeah, Steneker and is it?
Yeah, Yilmaz.
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 Yeah, Yilmaz.
It was 3 laps down from Steneker.
Steneker cannot catch a break. He's behind the
No.
GTE. He gets hit by an LMP2. The difference is back to 2 seconds. Aye. So the books by Terry Pratchett, the most important series that he's written is the so-called Discworld series, which all take place in a world that is flat and is flying on 4 elephants who are on whatchamacallit, oh, I know. I have the name now in German. The very slow animal that lives very long. It's a marine animal.
Turtle?
Exactly. 4 elephants at the back of a turtle that is hurling through a universe. And it's a world where magic exists, and it started as just a parody of standard fantasy, and then moved on into a level of loving, how would I put it? A loving way of criticizing humanity in a world that is based on fantasy cliches and making fun of them up to a point, and making a lot of fun of humanity while loving humanity, which was a part of the way that Pratchett thought about it. And if you are thinking about the books for your daughter, then you might want to look into the Tiffany Aching series, which are books that are made by young adults.
Okay.
for young adults, and they are not made for young adults in that they keep the things stupid and simple, but
Right.
in that the words are not the words that an adult, and especially somebody who uh, spent half of his life in a library like Terry Pratchett would use. So the only thing that is different from the rest of the books is that the vocabulary is a little bit easier to understand. But
Okay.
those are fantastic books. I love Pratchett dearly. As I said, Discworld is not the only series that he wrote. He also wrote a book together with Neil Gaiman, Good Omens, which is a lot of fun. Where, for example, one of the guys, and you notice that this is not for young adults, one of the guys says that he and his wife always went to the park to spoon, and in one memorable occasion, even to fork. So.
Ah,
He wrote a lot. He even wrote a quite interesting science fiction series together with another author. So Pratchett was an incredibly prolific writer with very good humor and very good prose. Fantastic. So as I said, if it's for your daughter, go start with the Tiffany Aching books. This is a young witch who already knows how to do things, but there's things that she has to learn slowly but surely. And from there, depending on what you are all interested or your daughter is interested in, you can branch into a lot of different thematic series. Like he's got inside of this world books that are more of a noir style with policemen and so on, and a lot of different books. So yeah, go and
oh,
check
thank you,
Terry
Serta.
Pratchett, because it's incredible fun. And even if they are for young adults, take a look at the books also yourself, because there are, as I said, vocabulary is maybe a little bit easier, but everything else is as complex, as fun, and in the parts that they're earnest as all the other books.
So
Okay, good.
Jamie McKee is back in the car.
Yes.
Cameron Barker has gone out, but they have pitted in and done their driver change. And the battle between Cert and Steneker has heated up a
Yeah.
little bit as well.
Yeah.
Uh,
Steneker is focused.
Absolutely,
And-
he's got that chase.
And only 7/10 of a second away from Bert.
Absolutely, as we can see, they're right by each other.
Let me check. So Steneker has done 2 stops, Cert has done 2 stops, so the pit stops don't have to have anything to do with it.
Indeed.
And
My
let me check.
contribution on the books, I'm very much a classic author kind of guy. I quite like Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and
Of course.
his series.
Which of them? I suppose you mean Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, of course. And then F. Scott Fitzgerald and his works. Not only, of course, The Great Gatsby, which everybody knows and I quite love. There's some weaving going on with Emir Cert on that stretch there. That's some serious weaving.
But maybe because he wanted to break the draft of Steneker?
I think so. It wasn't really a like I'm gonna prevent you from passing weaving, but it was as if he needed more heat in the tires weaving.
Oh, okay. So both are on soft tires, by the way, at least according to what I see here in the data.
Then perhaps it was, hey, don't pass me weaving then. Because softs typically do not have any trouble heating up.
Oh, much to the contrary.
Yes.
And
Jamie McKee puts in the fastest sector 1 time this lap.
yeah, he smells. Oh,
Oh no!
Oh, bummer.
Cert
Cert.
goes off.
So maybe the
Deneker in
weaving was
4th.
more that the car was unstable.
Possibly, but definitely not the way that Cert wanted that interaction to end.
Absolutely.
So our LMP2s are number 1 and 2. Are they just solo driving?
Zanotti and Brigone, let's see.
I
I
think
feel like
not.
I've
Let's see. Zanotti is a solo driver. Brigone is a solo driver. You are correct
okay.
in your assumption. Or, let's see. Brigone was listed as a GTE driver in the initial. Okay,
the
class. Wait, no, hang on. That's old information. My apologies. The yeah, okay. He is listed as LMP2 in the new class list. But yeah, Brigone Philippe he's an LMP2, but he is a solo driver, no team.
Oh, nice job. That's a lot of driving.
Oh, and Brigone going into pits.
Won't be for a driver change.
But I think McKee is too far away to cover.
Yeah.
I think you're right, but it might put him in striking distance.
Do that.
Some of these pit stops that haven't included driver changes have taken about 35, 38 seconds. At the time that Brigone came into the pits, he was 40 seconds and some change in front of Jamie McKee. And Jamie McKee, as we mentioned, had been putting in some seriously quick lap times.
Okay, so that was a stop time 43 seconds. So that was a long-ish pit stop.
And he's
not
going to.
lose.
Oh,
Yep.
this is going to be a fight. Oh, this is going to be a fight. Jamie McKee comes out right in front of Brigone. Oh man, this is.
And Brigone has to have some cold tires too, right?
Yep.
Yes, he will have to get the tires up to temperature before he can properly contend. But yep, more than striking distance there. Now about 2 seconds behind Jamie McKee, but now he will be, once he gets those tires up to temperature, he's on fresh tires. Jamie McKee has been out there for a few minutes now, and so Brigone will have the slight performance advantage through the car, and it'll all come down to the driver behind the wheel. Emir Cert also comes into the pits. Currently running in 5th place. We saw he had unfortunately had that off into the grass in his fight with Steneker, which Steneker won. As well as coming into the pits. Peter Alberto Zanotti also coming into the pits. Here we have another round of stops.
That guy could have a smoke break and still be leading.
Yes, he is at this point a minute and a half ahead.
I know. Woo!
Zanotti, if you have, you know, something you've got to go do, like, I don't know, go get some vent covers out of the backyard, you could go do that now.
Yep.
And we have a very special guest. Piers Crone has joined us in the commentators box. Hi Piers, how you doing?
Doing a lot better when I have the microphone opened up.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Hi guys.
Normally it's...
Hello everybody watching. This has been interesting to say the least. Thank you for having me here.
Good to see you, Pierce.
So, how have you seen the race from your side?
Well, eventful in the beginning. Obviously, I know we had 25 RE Racing Porsche up front for the start of the GT2 at the least. And then we had a couple Corvettes right around us as well too. We didn't quite have the pace in the Ferraris here for qualifying, but I knew our race pace was very, very strong going into it today.
Your Ferrari was a little bit squirrely. Did you have issues with the setup?
No, not really necessarily with that. Just whenever the P2s get too close on track, the air just goes off the car and it becomes almost undrivable. Especially going through a couple of the corners around here, for sure. Some of the more quicker ones, you just have no grip whatsoever, front and rear. It's pretty much crashing at that point. That's the fun part with this whole event. So just trying to be able to judge the traffic with the P2s. And the GTEs back and forth as well too. It's been a bit of a challenge, but it's definitely one that's quite entertaining in the end.
Oh yeah, we're having lots of fun watching the fights. At the moment, watching Brigonnet and McKee trying to get Brigonnet trying to change the position, McKee trying to avoid that.
Yeah, I see that here. It looks like their pace, both of them have had pretty good race pace all the time, or the whole race so far. I may have had contact with one of them slightly on one moment earlier. Sorry. I'll just get that out now. But the one time going through one, got a little bit of a tap in the right rear. Somehow kept the car going the right direction because that was crashed at that point. So, but other than that, yeah, it's been pretty good pace from the whole field for the most part today. Pretty good racing.
Now, all of the traffic, moves around the circuit. Some of the more fixed obstacles. What corners are you or other drivers having some issues with in particular?
Let's see. Well, it pretty much depends on areas where the LMP2s are actually having the bigger pace advantage in and out of the corner, and if they're with traffic or not. So being in a GT, you just gotta watch the mirrors 90% of the lap, and 10% of the lap other than that, you're watching forward. Just waiting for one of them to come flying up the inside, flying up the outside, wherever they can get an advantage at. But I'd say pretty much, honestly, every corner there's been something happen almost at this point. It's just how ambitious are they trying to go for some of the passes. I think, about 5 laps, 3 of the 5 consistent in a row, had P2s trying to go down the inside of turn 1, and 3 of them of the 5 laps just went straight off into the grass, so that was kind of entertaining to watch. But it is what it is, just tons of cars all over the place today.
Thank you so much for your perspective.
If it was clear, it probably wasn't clear enough.
No, we got it. Ed Bailey is currently piloting the car that you recently got out of. He's running in second behind Grant Jones. Without disclosing, too much, what's been your strategy for this race?
Well, for the most part, since we do have a little bit of team collaboration going on here with Silver Motorsports and also our Crown 2 team as well too, we have 3 separate entities. Actually, I'm sorry, Global Enduro in there as well. My bad. With Ed, obviously. So we've kind of got 3 different teams piloting 2 cars here. Ed, myself, obviously in the 15, which his pace is picking back up a little bit again on the leader class. It looks like here. The big issue was more or less just trying to get everything organized today, since all of us haven't necessarily driven together before. pretty much all of us have actually had some sort of collaboration at some point in time via different leagues. So whether it be some iRacing, some through here, we all kind of knew each other and got along for the most part, at least. And there's always dumb stuff happening that's absolutely hilarious. Probably kill me for saying this later, but a week ago we were running some NASCAR and iRacing, and got the great idea to. I mean, Mark is always making tea in his. He's sharing a car with 51 of Shane White today, but he is always making tea before he gets in the car, and that's fine and dandy. But last week he decided instead to make a cake and put flour instead of sugar in the tea.
Oh,
He'd almost done it a couple times beforehand, but he's done that a couple times. So, but to be fair though, he is running with a busted knee right now as well too. We threw it out a couple weeks ago, and also pretty much the same week as that happened, he also was running another NASCAR race with us and managed to have a whole swarm of bees in his room. So the fact that he managed to make it through that, we figured he'd probably be pretty good at endurance racing. So that's kind of why he's in one of the cars right now. They're pretty much though back to the original thing, getting everyone's pace all together. Pretty much, it's actually more or less finding setups, tweaks, and what have not that work well together for the drivers. So, for example, Ed and I were having maybe at first trying to find a car or a setup that works well for both of us in the race that we can have last for a very long time and also very stable. We're at a pretty good point with the Ferrari today that we have. I don't think it's probably not quite exactly where we want it in the end. But overall, it's definitely a really competitive package, even with the damage that it has right now.
Very good. We're watching right now the battle between Brigonet and Jamie McKee. So Brigonet had a solid 40 some odd second lead. He pitted for tires and fuel, and then came out and was just behind Jamie McKee, had just lost the position, but he's been right on his tail. This is two LMP2 cars having quite a battle. As a GTE driver, how does that factor into your racing?
ooh, don't get him started.
And then I'm gonna truck and run away.
Well, obviously, if they're fighting for a position and you're not, you want to get out of the way as fast as possible. My first hour in the car today, I did notice that every time one of them would come up behind us, because obviously I was running with, I believe it was the one Corvette that dropped out of the Brady car, I think. Really strong car in the very beginning until I think it was turn 3 of lap 1, got pretty loose in the end and fell back, and we had a position from there. But just overall, the amount of P2s that come up through, they've definitely got a superior aerodynamic advantage. That's been our biggest struggle probably with the Ferrari today. Just getting behind cars, especially through maggots and because the car just gets really, really loose, as demonstrated by both Ed and I on a couple occasions today. So, oops. But other than that, obviously you don't want to get stuck in the way of anybody else in their battles, but you got to do the best that you can to get out of the way. It's mixed here and there between drivers. Some of them in GTs will try getting out of the way more than others. I tend to hear quite frequently through most of the guys in here especially, it's always not a bad idea having a faster car actually go to make the pass rather than having a slower one get out of the way. For example, right about where Ed's at right now, I'm watching him here at least as he comes up by the open pit straight, or National Circuit pit straight as well too. He two P2s were coming up behind earlier today, so I tried getting out of the way on the inside since it was fairly early on, and then one tried going through the grass as they tried splitting me. That was
oh, I remember that. Yeah, where they both went on either side of you. That was a hairy situation.
It was. I tried giving enough room to left for both of them, and then one tried going through the grass. I said, you know what? All right, that's fine. I'll just let you guys figure out what you want to do for me. Because obviously that was a little eye-opening. I was watching the mirror quite a bit when that happened. But yeah, so kind of back in the ends, you don't want to ruin their race. You don't want them ruining your race. It's a struggle with how much of a pace difference there is, because right now laps are clicking 47, 48s for some of the quicker P2s, it looks like. And GTs are all been hovering right around that 2-minute mark, 2-minute 1, 2-minute 2 for the whole day. Quickest laps at all of them have been pretty close too, actually, so that's the nice part about the competition in GT at least. But having those races where everyone's just stuck together, just trying to maximize points in the end, since it's a fairly long season, at least to duration-wise between events too. So just kind of making the most of what we got.
Thank you so
Did he
much.
get second?
We are now
Oh.
seeing Brigone come into the pits.
Because he got a penalty for cut track, so he has to serve a drive-through.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh,
That's
unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
You
was
don't
quite
want
a
that.
battle that they had going too.
Gets both of them in clean air now, at least.
Yes.
Mhm.
But yeah.
I don't even want to know how bad it's been for them. The GTEs have been struggling in air, and they've got way more air than cars than we do. So
Yep.
Cost him,
Brigone
that
serves
cost him
that.
7 seconds.
Yeah, about 7 seconds.
I don't know what their pit strategy is. I know they have to pit more frequently than the GTEs do. The GTEs today, looking at that, it was pretty clear that it was going to end up being a three-stop race, since it really didn't make any sense. Oh, hello, we got contact. And Shane in 51. I'll have to hop on the horn here and start talking to him a little bit. No. They definitely are on a little bit different strategy. I don't know how the fuel's working for them, whether they can make it in certain amount of stops, but the GTEs, it's been pretty clear all day today. We're going to pretty much, you can put the car in a competitive mode and really make the end of the race on 3 stops, no problem. Tires have really not been much of a question either, too. The mediums don't go up the temperature. There's been too much scrub with the tire contact patch itself. And it's just been, getting loose there, too, again on... Sorry, I'm watching these guys getting their crashing levels again. But anyway, as the tires, the mediums tend to be scrubbing off a lot more than the softs do, even though the softs do have a lot of thermal drag to them, especially today too. But the soft tire, at least for the GTs, is definitely the tire of choice. I don't even know. I'd be surprised if anybody even tried throwing a set of hards on.
Yeah, the GTEs have had remarkable endurance throughout. We saw 2 rounds of LMP, 2 pit stops before we saw, with some of the cars, their first GTE stops.
Yeah, the GTEs, I know our first stint was, I think, 3 or 4 laps longer than the nearest car. We were about 8 seconds back after a couple incidents here and there. Really weren't making any headway, so I figured I'd try doing an overcut at the pit stop, see how it gets. Ooh, nice save there, too. But it ended up actually netting us the lead in the end. I was watching the timer countdown as I was leaving the pits. I thought, wow, we're actually going to be fighting for the lead here. How did that happen? So, ended up outside, obviously colder tires, so they had a bit of an advantage in the beginning, but I had the aero and track position in the end too, so once the car came in, it was 4 laps fresher tires, so the Ferraris with their, I would say, probably a little bit better race pace than most of the field today. It's tough to call it, though, where everything's been at least, so, but having that in the end, they've just been really, really quick, and the strategy overall for GT's been pretty much stop about every hour or so, and if you can make it a little bit later, you can throw the engine up a little bit higher as the run goes on. I can give it away at this point because it really doesn't matter too much. I know as soon as Ed hopped in the car, he could run full qualifying mixture for the rest of the race and still have to stop once no matter what, so yeah, that's really where we've been at today, pretty much.
All right, thank you so much for coming on. It's awesome to have a driver's perspective for this
I
race.
figured I'd ask at least and see if you guys wanted a little input from the pit lane.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
And while we were talking to Piers, Steneker and Sert had a little bit of a moment there. Sert was behind of Steneker, losing time, in front of Steneker, losing time, and then went into pits directly in front of Steneker. They touched a little bit, but nothing bad happened.
I see, and it looked like we had Amir Sert come into the pits. Was that to serve a drive-through penalty?
Sert, no. As far as I know, no. I don't see. At least I don't see any penalty in the system. So. Oh yes, yes. For cutting the track. Absolutely. Drive-through penalty for cutting track, and he served that. So that's why he went into the pits all of a sudden. It looked quite like a decision, a last minute, last second decision.
Yep.
So we were seeing a fight between Brigonet and McKee, and that went off because of a penalty. And we were seeing a fight between Sert and Steneker, and that went off because of a penalty. It's a pity, but of course the penalties are had to be served because of cutting the track, and that's something we should know.
Absolutely.
And I mean, it's Silverstone. There's enough place not to cut it.
It is looking like Brigonet is slowly but surely whittling down the difference between them and Jamie McKee. We remember before Brigonet had to serve the drive-through penalty, they were behind by only half a second, and now they are behind, and then that set them back almost exactly 7 seconds. So they were back to 7.5 seconds, and now they are back by 7.1 seconds and are getting pretty close to getting around the lap down car of Cert here, and then they'll be back to pushing and pushing to catch up to Jamie McKee once they can get around Cert.
There must be something wrong with the number of pits shown for GTEs, because there's no way that the number 72 Jones has only had 0. It has not stopped once. That cannot be right.
Jones is leading.
Yeah.
Maybe
What?
they're on hards. Maybe they decided to go on to hards.
Yeah, but they
I haven't seen that car
no,
pit.
the timing the timing system also says 0 pit stops for Jones. Huh?
Yeah. So perhaps they haven't.
No, because
Yeah.
first I thought there was something wrong with the overlay system, but this live timing system is completely independent from the overlay, so it's not completely independent from the sim, but
Yeah,
okay.
that Matrix Racing Corvette GTE, driven by Grant Jones and Dino Pereira. But yeah, Dino Pereira has not driven yet, and yeah, I cannot recall Grant Jones taking that car into pit. So maybe that's just been the strategy: is go on hard tires, fill up all the way with fuel, and drive conservatively, and get in front. They haven't had like the fastest lap times in GTE.
Well,
But,
if you don't go into pits, you don't need the fastest lap times.
right, precisely.
Sorry about that delay, boys.
No worries.
So we've been observing our GTE leader, Grant Jones, and we're trying to remember, have they pitted at all?
I think
Well, he
Pereira
had to
was
because he had that Pereira out there, and I
Exactly.
notated that they did a driver change.
Oh, did
exactly.
they? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So the reason that we're having such confusion is that on the timing screen and on the live timing that we have access to, they don't have any pit stops listed. It like lists their
Oh,
pit stops as
interesting.
0.
Was that impossible to race this long without a pit stop?
I feel like it would be. We're at this point 3 hours into this 4-hour race. And so I'm, you know, if Pereira was out on track for a time, then they would have had to have come in for a driver change. But it's interesting that our timing system is registering that they have not pitted in at all.
Unless they did some James Bond stunt and Jones went into the car jumping from an airplane or something.
Brigade now down to about 6.2 seconds off of the second place Jamie McKee car. Slowly whittling down that drive-through penalty that they were assessed.
Yeah, Piers is also saying that after around 1 hour and 20 minutes, you need to go.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. The tires only last so long.
And the fuel.
Yes, and the fuel.
I don't think you can fuel up enough for hours.
Most
Not
certainly
at this
not.
pace.
No.
I mean, yeah, in a normal car maybe, but not in a race car.
Now down to 6 seconds off of Jamie McKee.
I mean, 3 seconds less than before, but still. Long way to go, although we have a little bit less than an hour, so.
So your drivers in LMP2 have largely been running 1 minute 48, about in the mid 1 minute 48s, the low 1 minute 49s. Brigone has been running a 1 minute, pardon, a 1 minute 48 flat for the previous lap. And then this lap they just completed was a 1 minute 48.381. So Brigone consistently right now the fastest car on track in their pursuit of second place Jamie McKee in that 36 car.
And Brigone is on hard. As
Brigone
is
is on
McKee.
hards?
Yeah,
as
is McKee.
Okay. Well, there we go. Whoa, speaking of Brigone hard into the wall. Oh, goodness, there's a tire off. Oh, my goodness, this is terrible for Brigone.
Yes. Horrible.
Oh, no. Yes, the rear right tire is completely gone from that car. There's no coming back from that, I don't think.
Maybe pushing it too much into the left.
Absolutely. Yes, that car is unfortunately a DNF.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh my god.
We mentioned at the start that
Oh.
whenever we talk about a car, something bad happens to it. Unless you subscribe. So, Brigone clearly just a victim of that. We apologize.
It's
But
really
man,
tough luck. What a
that
good race so far, too.
that has been an excellent race so far from Brigonet, and even if they weren't able to catch Jamie McKee, that would have been a solid third place finish. But wow, Steneker moves up to third position, Emir Sert fourth, Zampini fifth. Man, that is a tough thing to be in.
Yeah, also because it looked as if he was eating time and would be able to get dangerous. Oh well.
Well, McKee will definitely just be in a, I'm assuming, a pretty cool and calm spot now, just relaxed.
Yeah, they are a lap ahead of Steneker, their previous competition. Of course, Brigonet now out of it. Wow. I think all three of us are in shock at the
Yeah.
unfortunate luck that Brigonet faced.
Yeah, also because the speed was there, the consistency was there, and all of a sudden, pow.
Oh. Goodness, that was wow. Yeah. But for all our other drivers, the race does continue on as Zampini passes Brigonet in the pits to officially move into fifth position.
Bailey, the car 15 of Bailey
Yes.
and Pierce is on first.
That would be because Grant Jones pitted, did a driver change, and Dino Pereira is now in the number 72 Corvette.
And the system still shows it as zero zero pit stops. Come on!
Dang.
So now it's official, for at least for the GTE cars, this pit stop counting is not good. The server is doing some strange thing. Anyway.
Anyway.
And at some point, the Bailey Pierce car did the fastest lap.
Yes, that was a while ago. I think that was with Krone in the car. It was a 1 minute 59.564, which by about half a second beats out all of the other GTE lap times. Five retirements now from this race. Brigonet, of course, the most recent one that we've seen, happening in dramatic fashion. Svozioshkin in the number 42 LMP2 car with the Cyberlinks branding. That car retired because the driver needed relief from the teammate, and the teammate was unfortunately having technical issues and was unable to come through for Svozioshkin. Surma Ozturk in the lone GTE retirement. Same situation. Their teammate was having not just computer issues, but electrical grid issues. Their power went out, and so Ozturk was unable to switch with their driver. and they unfortunately had to retire.
May have been living in Texas. Or California.
Greg Elder in the Rebellion Chill Blast branded car.
Oh, my
They
keys
were
in
an
a bit.
early retirement. Do you guys recall why the number 13 retired?
That was the car that overheated. The screen
yes.
froze, and they were
Oh,
not
yeah, those
able to get the
overheating
car
were-
into pits soon enough, and
Yeah.
the engine overheated.
And then Tom Prangley was our other retirement. That was on lap 1. I think it may have been due to pace issue or perhaps a technical issue. But yes, Jamie McKee, great observation. Jamie McKee is now in the pits, and they're getting a full service. They've been in there for a moment now. We may see a driver change for the
Almost 46
last
seconds
part of this.
stopped. So yeah,
Yes.
maybe the last stop that they. Well, I suppose it's gonna be the last stop that they do.
Mhm.
47 seconds into till the end of the race.
Shane White in that number 51 Ferrari. They have now pitted in. They'd been out for a while, so that's notable. As we would expect, 3 hours and 10 minutes or so into the race, we are fairly stretched out, our grid is, but we have still had, or we still have some folks who are getting closer to each other. Looks like Emir Sert and Steneker. Sert is 14 seconds off Steneker, and has been fairly consistently a second and a half faster than Steneker on lap time. And so I think if that pace continues, we may be seeing a bit of a challenge for that last spot on the podium that Steneker is holding on to. Ed Bailey, your leader in GTE, comes into pit. We just had a lovely conversation with his teammate, Pierce Crone, who piloted that Ferrari through the first half of this race.
See how long Bailey stays in. Not only stays in pits, but does the stop.
Yeah, Pereira will get the position temporarily until perhaps until they pit. But for now, Dino Pereira, your new.
Well, they already
leader.
pitted.
I was
Remember,
just gonna
it
say,
was
they
already
just
pitted?
pitted recently.
yeah, it was
Uh-huh.
it was quite recently that they
we
changed the
were-
positions, and we commented
yeah,
that the
'cause
system
Jones
was
was in
still
there.
showing 0. Ooh, that was a short
Okay.
pit stop, only 28 seconds, so that was a splash and dash. It looks like.
Okay. Well, very interesting. So I suppose that is the split then now. Pereira 16 seconds ahead of Ed Bailey after that pit stop.
But the number of DNFs reminds me a little bit of our race yesterday at Portimao with the Assetto Corsa friends, because they also had, we'd have to look it up, but kind of 5-6 DNFs.
Across a
Really?
4-hour endurance race, we would
Yeah.
expect that.
Yeah.
Jamie McKee is having quite a lap. They're definitely the car to watch right now, since they just set a new Sector 1 record and a new Sector 2 record.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, go ahead and
so
jinx it.
they're coming around. I feel pretty confident that as they. Yep, there we go.
Oh,
There's your
there-
new
Yeah.
lap record. Actually, that's not a lap record. That's very, very close to the
personal
lap
record.
record. But it's a
Personal, yeah.
personal record. Less than a tenth off of the best lap of all the cars currently on track right now. Our real best lap was Scotian, but they are out of the running at the moment. Your best lap of the current drivers is Zanotti in first, who previously ran a 1 minute 47.211 a while ago now. Jamie McKee just put in a 1 minute 47.288. Very close. And certainly the fastest machine at the moment. But I'm going to shut up now.
The 85 also in pits. To Serdar Dikici.
Mhm.
I'm so sure that we are butchering these names.
I know. I've been wanting
apologies.
to talk about them, but I didn't want to say the name. I was like, oh.
Apologies to everyone. We're pretty sure we're butchering these names, but we're trying to do our best, okay? Just let us know how it's pronounced the right
Right,
way
for
so that we
future
know for the
races.
next.
Yeah. We really do care.
There is a phone number in Germany for journalists where there's a service especially for journalists where they can call and ask for the right pronunciation of a place and so on. I think it's only for geographical places, but they can ask how is this pronounced correctly, and they'll get an answer after at most I think 1 day. It's
Oh, wow.
an interesting service.
Substitute teachers in America need that. Swanson? Cody Swanson?
Well, English is especially difficult with those pronunciations because I've heard Gibson, Gibson, Shipson. Depending on where you are, and
That
if
is
you are
true.
in UK or the United States, I mean, we know UK and US are two countries divided by the same language.
Yep. The spelling is so interesting, like exercise or gray. It's just off by one letter.
And I think what is it? In the US, it's written GRAY, while
Yes.
in UK, it's written
Oh, we have a
GREY.
spin. We have a
Whoops.
Yes.
spin from Serdar Dikici.
Oh, see,
Cold
we
tires.
just said his name.
Quite possibly.
He's back on though.
Yep.
Yeah.
And staying out, not going into pit. So if they're old
It is
tires, they're not
okay.
old enough.
Yeah.
No, but Dikichi was in the pits, so it's not old tires.
Right.
It's nice and cold, maybe.
Possibly. Quite possibly.
But Serta, yes, you're correct about the gray spelling.
So imagine a poor student of English, not native. We go bonkers with this language.
Well, hey, it can be it can be understood through tough, thorough thought, though.
Eh. Eh. Like I don't know how the it's not a joke, it's a complex thing how it goes, but you could write fish GHOTI based on different pronunciations. So.
Yeah.
Emir Sert comes into pit. He's currently in 4th position, and he was the closest competitor to Seneker, closest competitor to really anybody, but he has now come in for probably his last pit stop as we enter the last 9th of the race.
Yeah, so
7th.
I suppose, barring any incidents, any pit stop that is done from now on, it's gonna be the last.
I think that's a pretty good assumption.
Let's see.
Oh,
little
and
spin.
Bikichi again spinning.
Yeah.
Zanotti in pits. The third pit stop was quite short, only 33 seconds stop.
Indeed. Zanotti in the gray and red chrome car. As the sun like kind of dips around, you can see that chrome pop up a little bit more. Looks really nice. But yes, Zanotti is in the pits. Zanotti was a little over a minute ahead of Jamie McKee.
It's a
Jamie
long
McKee
pit stop.
has made their pit stop. Yeah.
It's a long
45
pit
seconds.
stop. Yeah, so that was, I suppose that was tires and fuel. Let me see which kind of tires. Yeah, soft. I was expecting that. No, the system says hard. Hard? With only half an hour to go, 40 minutes to go? Okay.
I suppose they're going with what works. But
Sure.
Jamie McKee is 30 seconds behind, so I think that Alberto Zanotti can pick whatever they want at this point. Wayne Newton comes into pit, probably for their last time as well. Wayne Newton has been running in 6th. They've had, they're running with April, last name please?
Carlsvard.
April
Yep.
Carlsvard.
Yep.
And they've been fairly consistent throughout. They've been running about mid-pack, but they've had a very good race so far. In the first bit, there were some hairy situations. We saw them narrowly avoiding an accident. But ever since then, it's been fairly uneventful for them, and I think that they're setting themselves up fairly well for the end of this race to make it through cleanly and safely.
And the car goes out on mediums.
Uh-huh.
I feel like they might have pitted an extra time or two. You remember they were the first ones to pit?
True, that
feel
was quite soon at the beginning, like 18 minutes into the race or something.
Yeah.
Sorta, do you have a reliable pit count for that car?
Yes, I think the LMP pit counts are reliable. So let me check. 5 times. Which is as much as Zanotti, for example, has pitted. But, for example, Steneker or McKee have only pitted 3 times. Zampini now in pits.
In the pits, yeah.
You'll also note that Wayne Newton and that car have completed 3 fewer laps than Zanotti, and so they have pitted the same amount, but across less distance. Zampini now pits. They are in there now for over 40 seconds, so this is probably going to be full tires and fuel. I don't think we're going to see a driver change.
43 seconds in total. Stop.
Yep.
And if the data is correct, they go out on
Sorry, sir. That was a Sonati was flashing the lights at Steneker and just passed him. Lapped him. Okay.
Zampini on soft.
Yeah, see, softs at this point in the race with 33 minutes left to go, I think softs are probably a good move.
Yep.
I think they're especially a good move if you are trying your hardest to gain positions in the last bit. Zanatti, what tires did you say Zanatti was on?
Hard, if I don't remember correctly. Let me check it again. Yeah,
They
hard.
They just set their personal best on hard tires.
Mm.
And then their next sector 1 was faster than the previous sector 1 on that on that personal best. So whatever they're doing right.
Which comes at no surprise. I mean, they've been on first position since quite early in the race.
Absolutely. Wow.
Yeah, it's impressive because Zanatti started 5th and it's been consistently, working up, and now it's been in first for, I feel like, a while now.
Sector 2 time, very, very quick from Zanatti. 46.728. Next fastest this lap was a 47.910. Yep, there we go. That you have a new lap
Wow.
record. 1 minute
Yep.
46.759 on hards, ladies and gentlemen. Set by Alberto Zanatti. Just imagine if they were racing on softs. Just imagine. I think they will be very, very tough contenders for this championship.
Mm-hmm.
Will be.
So who hasn't pitted for the final time? I
Yeah, a
think
lot
it's
of the
been-
GTs, but maybe the GTs are not gonna pit anymore.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I think it's been a while since we've seen a pit stop from Daniel Kirby and Mark in the number 51 car that Shane White was in previously. So I think they may be trying to go the distance. Ed Bailey, they've made their last stop. We saw that splash and dash. And Dino Pereira, I think, is going to bring that car home without a pit stop.
And while we have a captive audience, let us remind you that next week, Friday, the 10th, we are going to be broadcasting a race by Assetto Corsa friends at Assen. 30 minutes remaining, and 1 week later, gonna be again the Assetto Corsa friends on 911s at Big Willow. Assetto Corsa friends, the troop that we saw racing yesterday during doing 4 hours of Portimao, but that's a different series. Those 2 races I was talking about next week and week after the next are on 911 car. And they are 2 times 40 minutes.
believe Zampini just had a very fast lap. Yes, they just set their new personal best, 1 minute 47.017. If Zanotti had not just smashed the lap record of all of the cars currently on track, that would have been the fastest lap. So Zampini is certainly pushing very, very hard to catch Sert, who is at this point a lap ahead of him. 30 minutes left to go in this race. I think it'll be a fairly far cry to say that they'd get there, but they're certainly going to do their very best to try. Dikichi in for their final pit stop. In the number 85 JDC Miller Motorsports liveried LMP2.
They pitted not too long ago. That may be repairs.
I saw the rear tires go up, so I think that they had a change of tires.
They are out of the pits and are sporting softs as far as I can see.
Aha, so a bit of a strategy there, getting in and getting on softs to try to make up some time to try to catch Wayne Newton, or at least make inroads toward that. Zampini consistently fast now. They were 3 seconds, over 3 seconds a lap faster than Sert this lap and the previous.
Oh, wow.
So while they have an entire lap to make up, they are definitely the best chance of doing that so far.
It's not really a battle because they are a lap apart, but Zampini and Newton, they're close, even though they're a lap difference.
Oh yeah, they are. Like it's Zampini fighting, or actually no, Wayne Newton fighting to keep.
Oh, little squirrely there.
Yeah,
That
running a
was
little wide.
very wide. And
Oh, Wayne
Newton
Newton
going
in-
into...
I thought they pitted not too
they
long
did.
ago.
Huh. Wonder if
Maybe
there was
not
any
enough fuel?
penalties.
Oh, that's possible, or it looks like a
They're
drive
just driving through. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
What might they have been penalized for, sort of?
Check
track limits.
with speeding in pit lane.
Oh, on their last
No, wait.
pit stop.
No, wait. They had no. That's unnerving. They had
I know it.
a drive-through because of cut track, and it seems that while trying to serve the drive-through, they did the speeding in pit lane. So great, fantastic, yay!
Oh god.
I've had that especially in Assetto Corsa Competizione and in R Factor in race room.
Also has come into the pits.
Those are the moments where you say, you know what? I'm going to drink a beer and play some Fortnite or some first-person shooter where I can
Yeah.
kill things.
If you want to play a game where you can kill things, why not just join a public lobby in your Formula One game of choice?
Yeah. God, I saw a video on Reddit today that was horrible. What the heck are you thinking? Why do you even take a wheel? If they even were using a wheel, maybe they were using a controller, but it doesn't matter. Whatever they were using, they were driving. Yikes.
Keyboard gang unite.
No special awareness, nothing.
For the longest time, I drove in GTR2 and GT Legends, more specifically. Before I had money for a wheel and before I had a controller, I was actually pretty good with a keyboard and mouse.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you're good, you don't need a DD wheel. It's only us who are crap at driving who take all these things, knowing that they're not gonna help.
My first foray into racing games was Trackmania, so I came from that environment. And in that environment, it's very, very common to use a keyboard and the arrow keys. And
Only
so
thing
whenever
that... Go ahead.
Whenever I got my first sim, you know, when I got GT Legends and GTR2, I was just like, oh, it's another racing game. I'm going to use my keys. And I did, and it was hard, but I actually got pretty good at it.
The only thing that made me faster was starting to race on VR, because that helped my spatial awareness a lot. I was much better able to see the apexes.
I wear glasses. How does that impact VR?
When I'm driving, I wear glasses too. No issues at all.
Okay, you just put them on inside the VR
Yeah.
headset? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
The VR headsets are set up in a way that if your glasses are strong, you may have problems, but for normally strong glasses, you should not have any issues.
Yeah, mine aren't so thick. I have my mom's glasses from the 90s in like a box somewhere. Those are some thick glasses. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, so normally the VR systems or the goggles, the headsets are set up so that when wearing glasses you have no problem.
Okay, that's confidence inspiring. Nice.
Yep. And when I'm on VR, I always wear glasses. I normally don't need to wear them, but when I'm driving or so, I wear them. And as I said, when I'm on VR and I either fly on Elite Dangerous or I drive. And
Wayne Newton getting really, really loose there for a moment on the corner exit.
Must have been a squirrel on the track.
Quite possibly. But yeah, there was a bit of a wiggle there. Saved it though. That could have been very, very bad because there's a lot of load on the tires coming out of that corner. And definitely kudos to them for not letting the car rear end break out and sliding, because that would have been a very, very bad thing to happen in the last 20 minutes of this 4-hour race.
you got a fan in the chat, Cody.
Oh, hey, yes, indeed. Yeah, Trackmania, respect that. Thank you very much, Lem. Yeah, I started out, one of my first games that I ever got was Trackmania Sunrise, and I absolutely love that game. And I have pretty much every single Trackmania since. and I've beat all of the original campaigns in the vast majority of them. I absolutely love Trackmania.
Mhm.
Shout out to Kichi, personal best in Sector 1 this time around. And they just did a 1 minute 49.869, which is pretty close to their best. And Honky and Stiniker also, their previous lap was their personal best. They ran a 1 minute 47.899. It's good for them. They're currently running in third. Speaking of which, it's been a little bit since I've given you guys an update on positions. In first place in LMP2, Alberto Zanotti, then Jamie McKee, followed by Stiniker, followed by Cert, followed by Zampini in fifth, Newton in sixth, Dikichi in seventh, and then we have the DNFs for LMP. In GTE, we have Dino Pereira leading that class, Ed Bailey in second, Daniel Kirby in third, Mark in fourth for GTE, and that rounds out your field.
And in case you're wondering, we had 5 DNFs.
Indeed, 1 in GTE and 4 in the LMP2 category, which is relatively expected as the LMP2 class cars outnumber the GTEs by about twice. Unsurprisingly, after nearly 4 hours, the cars are a bit spread out at the moment. Our closest battle is between Cert and Stiniker, and they're about 30 seconds off of, and Cert is about 30 seconds off of Stiniker. Well, the weather has been dreary and overcast. We had a little bit of sun mid-race, but for the most part it has been overcast, but we have not seen any rain. At the beginning of this race, we looked it up and there was about a 12% chance of rain, and that has not happened. So, looks like we'll be finishing in the dry. And all of the drivers who made their final pit stops go, "Oh, thank goodness."
Yeah, that would be horrible. Like 10 minutes 10 minutes before the end of the race and you have to change to intermediates or wets.
Most certainly. And Lim, it is absolutely awesome to see another Trackmania fan in the wild. I'm just as impressed at seeing you as a fan as you are as seeing me as a fan. We're a rare breed, relatively speaking. Especially a rare breed in the States, because the vast majority of like the top Trackmania leaderboard, as with most things with racing that's not just around an oval, vast majority of it is European. And so to find another American, like somebody in my real life that like even knows what Trackmania is, or to be honest, even what endurance racing is kind of rare, and so we take those. Thank you, Lim. Yes, one of the things I love about sim racing and also the Trackmania community is it is a very international community and generally speaking a very accepting one. So
I mean, having been in different gaming communities, I can say that from my experience, the sim racing community is one of the nicest, most friendly. As I always say, if I have you in front of me or right behind me on the track, I'm gonna hate your guts and do everything possible to make it difficult for you. But before or after the race, let's go drink a beer together.
Serdo Dakichi had their best Sector 1 time this lap. They have been chasing down Wayne Newton, who they're 2 laps down from. I don't think they're going to make it, but they're definitely making an effort, and really just seeing how low they can get that lap time down to.
Hey, who knows? Maybe it's the first time they are on Silverstone.
Quite possibly.
And if it's the first time on Silverstone, it's tricky. You think it's easy, and then you notice like, oh, I cannot go as fast as I thought to this corner, and maggots and Beckett's and So yeah, you have to learn that it's trickier than you think. Not as tricky as Portimao, but still.
And there's also the fun thing of this track is entirely flat. How is that a blind corner? I can think of several spots on the circuit that are that are like that. It's like, man. So yeah, learning Silverstone is tough. I don't have the confidence to say that I have it 100% down, to be honest with you.
And I still don't know how to take Luffield the best. Like, it looks so easy because it's a long stretch, 180. It should not be a problem, and then you're noticing like, oh, I should have gone from third to second. No, maybe first. No, first is too narrow, but second is As I am speaking, there goes Luffield.
And we also saw as Zanardi went around that corner, it can be really easy to go around a corner and then like it tightens midway through. Luffield is one of those, and so Zanardi has a really good handle of this track. They know exactly where all the corners are. But even still with them, you can see that it kind of like you get a corner right, but then you still find yourself kind of like in an awkward spot at the you're like on the really far end.
Oh, Steneker.
Steneker, oh.
Just went off the track a little bit, but was fine.
Hey, at that exact corner that we were talking about before. That's precisely what I was getting at. Thank you, Steneker, for the demonstration. But yeah, it can be really easy to get yourself into a tricky spot that compounds like itself as you go around the corners, because a lot of these curves goes one right into another, and there's S's, and so if you find yourself in the wrong spot on one, it could put you in a really bad spot as you go into the next. And one small mistake just compounds and compounds and compounds and gets worse.
Yeah, the two ones
Jamie
that...
McKee pits. Jamie McKee pits. That is going to be,
oh yeah,
I think, to serve, or was that? No, they're properly pitting.
Wow, they must not have enough fuel.
Possibly. There's only 10 minutes left to go in this 4-hour race. We thought that most of the drivers' pit stops were done.
Yeah.
But they're in there and they're taking a moment. 30 seconds now in this pit stop. The drivers have been averaging about 45 seconds for full fuel and tires. So this looks like it won't be any different. Yep, 42 seconds, coming in just a little bit underneath that average. Cameron Barker, they did a driver change in the last 10 minutes of the race.
Interesting.
36 car with a very interesting strategy to change out at the very, very end of the race. I don't think there's minimum driver times that the drivers who are changing out have to abide by, but yeah, that's a very interesting decision. I mean, they have the advantage over Steneker to do that and maintain second comfortably, but I'm just confused as to why they opted to do that. Because with a driver change comes, inherent risk of, the fates that Svishkoshin and Ozturk went into, where, perhaps your teammate ends up with a technical issue, or you're changing out drivers and somebody just doesn't quite get it right. Somebody accidentally hits escape, and so that's a strange choice to make. I'll have to see why they opted to do that in the last few minutes of the race.
I mean, on the other hand, they were far away from the driver in front and the driver behind, so... Oh, Dikichi got a penalty.
What for?
Cutting the track.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I mean, you would think that Silverstone being quite wide, you would not cut the track, but let me tell you from experience, you do.
Yeah, it's wide, but the fast line uses all of that width.
Yeah.
And then, as we mentioned, some of the corners don't exactly flow into each other perfectly, and so sometimes you'll end up in an awkward spot on the outside of a corner where you're needing to turn in again pretty much immediately. And it's really, really easy to accidentally run a little wide, carry a little bit too much speed through a corner, and end up cutting the track that way, or trying to set yourself up for a number of corners and cutting the track that way accidentally by setting yourself up a little too close to the inside. Zanotti now pacing himself, running 1 minute 50s. Cameron Barker, last lap, their out lap was a 1 minute 56. We'll have to see how their next flying lap comes to be, but in addition to pitting in and out, they lost a good 7 seconds off of their previous time in that car on track.
They were 80 seconds behind Zanotti, 88 seconds behind Zanotti. There's it's not an important difference.
Right, nothing doing at this stage in the race with, at this point, 6 minutes left to go. Dikichi goes in to serve that penalty. And comes out, none the worse for wear. Five minutes left in this race.
Oh, wow.
5 minutes is both a lot of time and not a lot of time, depending on where you are and where you want to be.
Well, seeing as the differences between the different drivers are so big, I don't think anything is gonna change. Of course, now that I said it, I have jinxed it. But...
Whoa, Emir Sert spins off into the grass at left field. Looks like he is back now. No collisions with anything, thankfully. But Cert on track to take home a 4th place finish today. It is Zanatti first, Barker second, Steneker third, Cert fourth. In GTE, it is Pereira, Bailey, and Kirby as first, second, and third.
By the way, an interesting thing that I think the virtual Le Mans is doing is it's giving 25 points to everyone that registers and goes to the race, which is a good way to make sure that the people go to the races if they're interested in winning.
Minutes 30 left to go in this race. All is quiet.
Two first places just passed each other. First in LMP2 and then GTE.
Oh, yes. As they come around for a lap. These cars have been doing about a minute 47, minute 46, and then lately about a minute 49 or so. And there's a little more than that to go now, a little less than that to go. So it looks like we'll see this lap and one more, and that will be the finish. So 2 laps remaining.
And Zanatti has been very consistent.
Absolutely, an absolute masterclass in cool, calm, collected entrances, exits.
One minute to go. Well, we had some hot fights now for the last hour, 50 minutes or something. Everything has settled down, everyone has found their pace and is not endangering anybody else's pace.
Zanatti, and now Zanatti begins the final lap. I've been talking for 4 hours, just as they've been driving for 4 hours. Speaking of which, Zanatti has driven all of the 4 hours by himself.
Yeah, that's also a feat.
In the chat, JRSP says, "Great race all. Would love to see more GTE out there. So spread the word for round 2." I would love to drive GTE, but I am up here in the commentary box and am enjoying that just as much.
You could do both. Come on.
Oh man, I could do. Who's the guy in NASCAR? Was it Darrell Waltrip or Michael Waltrip? I think it was Michael Waltrip. He would go drive. So after his years of racing competitively were over, he would race. Typically, the beginning of the race, and if he was crashed out, he would go join the team in the commentary box for the rest of the race, and then he did
Nice.
it full time after he retired as a driver.
So I just put the link to the Discord of Global Enduro in the chat for everyone to click who is interested.
Absolutely.
And Zanotti already passed now.
No, the checkered flag is out. The 4 hours of the race is up, and now Zanotti is finishing his lap. And once he finishes, that will be the checkered flag. And so, looks like around he comes for the final time. And Alberto Zanotti is your winner at the Silverstone 4 Hours by Global Enduro.
Congratulations! Especially as he drove it all alone. That's really, really something.
GTE Dino Pereira now crossing the line as your GTE winner. Global Enduro Silverstone 4 Hours, co-driving that car with, I believe it was Grant Jones. So Grant Jones and Dino Pereira, your winners in GTE.
Congratulations. I mean, I think I would be able to survive 4 hours of Silverstone against what I said yesterday about Portimao. I would not survive 4 hours at Portimao. But still, I mean, wow.
I feel like my eyes would be dried little raisins, just staring at it the whole time.
All right, so this has been the first race of a Global Enduro in this championship. Remember, there are many other races, most at the beginning of every month. So the next one is going to be in October at Sebring, then in November, Road Atlanta, and in December, Nürburgring GP with the Global Enduro. And next week, Friday, we are going to be racing at, what did I say? Essen with Assetto Corsa friends. So, how did you enjoy it, Jenny?
I enjoyed the race. The last hour was a little bit slower, of course. Everybody was spread out, and the first half there's a lot of drama, but it was another great race by this group, and I'm excited to see how this championship goes.
Cody, any famous last words?
I think that it was an excellent race with a few names that I couldn't pronounce, but some excellent driving all around. Well done to everybody involved. Thank you very much, Global Enduro, for putting this on and for having us. And I am looking forward to the next round of this championship. Silverstone was a lot of fun. It'll be interesting to see who can step up to the plate and challenge the dominant driving that we saw here from Zanotti today.
Thank you very much, Jenny and Cody, for being with me, commentating, doing a fantastic work as always. I didn't expect anything else from you. And to everyone else out there, we are WromWrom, the channel sharing the joy of sim racing. Go ahead and subscribe, because if not, we're gonna mention you and we're gonna jinx you. Go ahead and follow us on Twitch, because if not, we're gonna mention you and we're gonna jinx you. And until next time, save fuel, collect pickup, and we'll see each other on the podium.